Hello. In this video I will record a whole process of creating a plugin for Unturned from scratch. It's gonna be a trade plugin without any UIs, but will allow players to trade items for just trade items between each other. So yeah, this will be a long video because I'm not gonna make many cuts, and it will record the whole development process of creating that plugin. As you're watching this video, the plugin will probably be already on sale on my website. But if you want to have it for free, you can just follow me in this video and recreate it by yourself. Alright, so let me get started. So I only made a plan like this. It will be based on the chat commands. Well, I'm not gonna walk through this because once you'll be watching this video, you will already know how it's made and how it works. So I'm just gonna start working on it. And I'm gonna use Visual Studio for this. And the templates I recently created for Unturned. So let me set up the project. And I'm gonna call it Trade plugin, so it will be called Trade. I think it's the best way for it. Should be trading. Oh, I guess trade is fine. Alright. I'm gonna delete the README. And let me just make sure the video is being recorded. Okay, it is. Let's go. Yeah, so template already has all the dependencies for Rocket and Unturned. So I'm just gonna start working it right away. So, well, I'm not gonna comment everything, but because I have no plan for this plugin yet, or how to make it, so I'm just gonna have to think sometimes. So maybe I'm gonna give it to my friend to edit the video and maybe speed up the time when I'm thinking or something, or just make cuts in the video when I don't do anything. But I'll make sure it's like everything is recorded. So I don't need any database storage because everything will be like instant. The player is gonna accept the trade and yeah, the items are not gonna be stored anywhere. So when someone says a trade offer and another person accepts it, it's just gonna make sure when the trade is being completed, it's gonna check if they have these items in the inventory. So if they don't have the items they offered, it's just gonna cancel the trade. So it's gonna be a safe way to do this and won't cause any issues later because it will be fairly simple. I guess I'm gonna start with creating the trade command. I like to have execute method always on top of the class. Allowed color would be, of course, only player. I'm not going to write any help description for now. I'll do that later. Same with syntax. And I won't need any aliases or additional permissions for this command. So just empty lists. Yeah, and I'm gonna need to access the plugin instance from here, so to be able to access configuration or translations. So I'm just gonna do this like you do for each of my plugins, really. So I'm at an instance, making sure it only can be set from this class. Right. And I always like to add a field like this, or actually it's a property. And we return a plugin instance. Okay, this looks good. Okay, let me move to the configuration now. Let me think if I'm gonna need any configuration options for this plugin, which I think I might not need anything. At least I can't think of anything right now. Yes, I'm just gonna work on the command. Well, but what I need is definitely I need a for the inspect command I'm gonna need, but also for the trade command. Initially, when somebody wants to initiate a trade, when he sends a trade request to someone, like this, you can write trade send and the name of the player. So I'm gonna need to open like a virtual storage, like Vault, and let them drag and drop the items they wanna offer in that trade. So then the receiver can check it. And to check it, it's going to use the inspect command, which is also going to open a vault storage, which they won't be able to take any items from, but they'll be able to see the item quality and attachments or anything. So that's important to have this inspect command. But also when sending the trade offer, when the player drags and drops the items in there, it shouldn't really take them from his inventory. Then it's safe in case somebody restarts the server. He's not gonna like lose his items. Yeah, so this is tricky. So I'll start by copying my existing Vault plugin solution for this. And then I will see. So in my Vault plugin I get a Unity component. And for now I'm gonna call it just what did I call it? Maybe just trade books, something. Trade books component. So this will be a component used when somebody wants to send a trade. What is important is that I have to listen to inventory closed, or it's actually on inventory resized event. Because then I will be able to know when he closed this virtual storage, then he's gonna send a trade offer to the player they specified earlier when running a command. So Oh, I copied too much. I won't need this processing data logic because yeah, I won't need that because I'm not saving anything to database. Won't need that, but I'm gonna need interactable storage, which I will create when the component is initialized. So I got some reflection here. Zoom out a little bit. Won't need any of these. Or will I? No. Alright, so when player runs the command, I'm gonna get an Unturned player instance. Just call player. So then, if you want to have sub commands, I'm gonna have to check for the first argument. So I'm just gonna get a call sub command, or not necessarily, because later I'm gonna use it as trade ID. So maybe just arg0 for now. And just check if it's equals send. And then for now I would just open a storage. So I will need to test this. So it will open a storage for the player without any items, so I don't need it to pass any parameters. Oh yeah, I need one more thing in configuration. I just need the size of the storage. So I'm gonna have storage width and storage height. Okay. Well, let's just set it to 8 by 8 for now. Right, so I'm gonna need that. Let me add one more helper field here. I'm in property, so this is gonna be configuration. It's gonna return an instance of configuration. So I don't have to write like plugin the instance.configuration.instance every time. I'm just gonna use configuration field. And then yeah, I'm gonna just use it here. All right. Oh, it actually needs bytes. It's fine. So it's limited to 255. And obviously, it has to be like this. It should be good now, yeah. Then we don't have to put any items there by default, because it's just a storage that's expecting a user to drag and drop his items he wants to trade. So we need to listen to an event I'm not sure if an event like this exists, but we need to know when item is added to this storage. So we don't actually add it, so we're gonna need to do this harmony, because we have to, harmony, because we don't want to let players put their items in the storage actually. We want them to, they put it in the storage but doesn't remove it from their inventory. It does put it in the storage though, which they won't be able to take the items from too. So they just put in the item there and just like offered for a trade. So they put Maple Strike there. He's gonna put that Maple Strike with exactly the same parameters, like attachments and durability, or in this case, are actually quality. So, but it's not gonna remove it from their inventory. So if they put the Maple Strike, the same Maple Strike again, well, it's well, it will. We can actually make a check so it doesn't, or I'm not sure. But maybe we'll see about it. But probably it's just gonna let them put it again. But then later in the trade, they won't be able to actually confirm the trade because they won't have this 2 Maple Strikes in their inventory. They will only have 1 that, and we'll just compare everything to when finishing the trade. It's gonna like check the metadata of the item and quality and everything. So we know that it has to match perfectly the item that was offered in the trade. So there won't be any confusion when the person who accepted the trade on the other end will receive exactly the same item he saw in the trade preview, which is a trade inspect command. So we're gonna need harmony, definitely. So I'm just gonna install it and set it up. And then I'm gonna look for the method that Unturned uses for drag and drop items, and also I can also cover with this other ways to put items in the storage, like right click with control. So to initialize harmony, I need to trace some ID. Then I gotta keep harmony instance. Just harmony. So in the plugin nodes, I'm gonna create a new instance with an ID, and then just patch all in that project. Patch all harmony patches. So let me add that. So this is probably gonna be player inventory patch, so I will just create one patch class for each class that is being patched. So I'm just gonna call it player inventory patches. I'm not sure I call it like this always, or let me check. For example, harmony, more hubs, for example, right? Yeah, I use underscore, and actually here I use exactly method name, but then I stopped doing that and I just patch the whole class when it's more than one method. So I'm just gonna call it player inventory patches underscore patches. Right, so the class can be private, it doesn't matter. Just gonna tell harmony that it's player inventory class. Then I will tell it which method to patch. I'm not sure yet, maybe we'll check for Visual Studio here. I'm sure there's like a drag and drop method. or there is not. Let's see in DSPy. Yeah, there's receive drag items, receive drop item. Okay, so it's probably this one. Oh, we also have to cover swap item, which is fine. So we've got receive drag item is from the owner, so this is from the player. Drop item is from the player. This is when initializing the inventory when player joins the server, so it doesn't matter. This is a this runs on the client because it has a validation only from server, so we'd have to patch that. It's not happening on the server. Same with this. This one doesn't matter too. Okay, so I guess just receive swap items also. So we gotta patch all three of them. Because they don't have any method they call. They have all in common, unfortunately, so we have to patch each of them. Because each of them has their own logic. And we can't just patch the items class. Right, should be fine. I will just start with one of them, which will be drag item. So I have to copy the exact name of the method. And this is going to be a prefix because we're actually going to cancel the original method from running. It's going to be a static bool. Receive drag item. I like to call it patch. Oh, actually, I like to call it prefix. If it's a prefix, I call it prefix. If it's a postfix, I call it postfix. And it didn't. The compiler didn't guess the parameters correctly. It's actually like this. But it was right about the instance. I can get it like this. So the first check I want to make is if instance, or actually the page that the player is moving item to, or do I want to check that? Wait. Maybe let's first get the tradebox component from the player. So tradebox component, I'm going to call it tradebox. Okay. And now if the tradebox component is null, so the player doesn't have a tradebox open, we can just return true. This will continue with the original method logic. But otherwise, we're gonna make sure to return false. Then it's not gonna do any default answer. It's not gonna run any default answer logic. So it's gonna like cancel the method of drag and dropping an item. And we can just do anything now. Like for example, we can add this item to the storage, but it won't remove it actually from the player inventory. So first you just have to check, like it suggests, is it a storage? So if page 0 is the part of inventory that the player is dragging the item from. So for example, he has it in his hands or in his shirt. Then this is a page 0, and the page 1 is a destination so which has to be a storage in our case, because we still want to let player order the items in his inventory when he has a trade open, so he can move it around the inventory, but he can't. But we gotta make sure that he can't put the items from the storage back to his inventory. But let's start with putting an item in that storage. So if destination page is 0, and let's make another validation just to be sure. Just make sure that the player has this specific storage open, just in case. So if he doesn't, it's gonna return true. So just continue for original method. Alright, but if it's the same storage and the destination of an item is that storage, then we want to make logic that, well, first we gotta get an item that they want to put in a storage. So we can just copy it from Unturned. Oh, and we also gonna have to make sure, we're gonna have to copy some of this logic. That's more work than I thought. First I'll just mock it up like this. So we're gonna get an index of this item. Then with that index we're able to if index is 255, then we can return, so then we know that the item does not exist. But otherwise, yeah, we can get an item jar, which we don't really have to check if it's null. Oh, but Nestle does. So let's do this. And then we can just add an item to our storage. But actually, let's simplify it a little bit. So when adding item to storage, we're gonna make a method in our trade component, so we don't have to repeat this logic for all these other two methods, like receive drop item, or which one was another one? It was swap item. Yeah, we might just cancel swap item. Actually, we don't need that. So maybe it's gonna be just drag item. So we'll only allow players to drag items into the trade box and just cancel the swap methods and drop methods. Yeah, I think that would be good. So we'll do that in a second. Just but I still want to keep the adding of an item to the trade box logic in the trade box component. So I'm going to write a new method here. It will be a public method. And I'm just going to call it add item. And it's actually going to be bool, because we might return false if the trade box is already full and we can't find enough space for the item there anymore. So it's gonna take item jar as a parameter, and we have to put it into our storage. So we need to know the X and Y coordinates, as well as rotation. So we're gonna just see how it's down in Unturned. Well, here it already knows the destination, and and the rotation of an item, but we want to like add it automatically, so it doesn't have to actually be added in the place where player wanted to put it, but we're gonna like add it as a first item in that storage. So we might have to write our own logic, but yeah, I'm not sure how to do this. Well, it's kind of gonna work like giving items to player, so we can check that. How is it done? So let me open a new tab here. How do I open a new tab? Just gonna do this. And there should be give item or something like this. Add item. Yeah, add item, right. Yeah, but it actually needs the rotation and the coordinates already. So let's see what calls add item. Oh, try add item, yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be perfect. Actually, have to copy the logic from here. Yeah, so there's a try find space. This is perfect, yeah. So we're gonna use storage try find. Oh wait, we don't have that in storage. Shit. But we have it in items. All right. Storage is items. Try find space. And the size is obviously we have it here. And we just get the coordinates and rotation from that method. So, which we could actually use try add item, and that will be good enough. So we have to do it like this. We can just use try item. All right, so storage items, try add item, and we just pass the item data, which is another parameter. Is state updatable? Not sure what is it. Well, we might not need that, so I'm not gonna provide this parameter. Yeah, and it's gonna return a bool if it was added or not. So actually, here we just use add item, and we don't even have to provide the item jar. We just need item. So we can just change the parameter to item. And here just pass item jar.item. Yeah, and if that will return false for some reason, it means that there is not enough space in there. So we just don't do anything to just return false. Right. So now, yeah, we just have to now cancel all the other methods which are taking an item from the storage. So we don't want to let the player take the item from that storage, from the trade box. So if he tries to do that, we just want to return false. So if the source page is the storage while he has a trade box open, it's going to return false. And that's it for this one. But we also need to pass these two other methods, which are swap and drop items. So we don't want to let them drop item from the storage. So let me copy the name of these methods. Start with a drop method. We're going to add another prefix. Well, let's see what it suggests. This is not good, but we'll fix it. So we got these three parameters. We also want to get a trade box component, that's right. Then we check if it's the actual trade box. And if the page is equal to storage, we just return false. And we don't have to do anything else. Otherwise, we just return true. Because then it means he's trying to drop an item from other place from his inventory. So this is fine. And same thing for swap item. Harmony patch. Prefix. Let's see. Might have guessed it correctly, but I don't trust it. Yeah, it didn't. And actually, in this case, we don't even need this parameters, so I can just remove them. Same as these three parameters, but we don't need them too. Just need a destination page. And same here, we're only gonna need the destination page. No, we're actually gonna need both pages. Because in case of swap, you just don't know which is a destination, which is a source, because they're all kind of like swappy. So we're just gonna need page 1 and page 0. But we don't care what item is it, so we don't need the other parameters. Alright, it already guessed it correctly. This is nice. So if destination or source page, or if it's just an item, if they're trying to swap any item from the storage, just won't let them. It will return false and cancel the unturned logic of swapping an item. So it's not gonna do anything. Okay. So let's now let's just set it up so we can make a test in game of how it works. So I'm gonna fix this on inventory resize method right now. So if they're trying to close the storage, then what we're gonna do is just, for now, we're just gonna delete that storage. So actually we're gonna delete the whole component. So it's gonna destroy itself. And let's send a message saying which items did you put in a storage, so we know that we got this data. So we're gonna say to player, let me get their CSTM ID. I need that. Or it should be like this. Steam ID. And message will be, oh, we just have to build some message, like I guess string join. So items equals string the join. Unfortunately, get item names doesn't exist. We have to I guess this is gonna work. Just have to select get assets and select the item name. Okay, it should get us all item names. And then we can just set it to ourselves when closing the storage. So it should display in chat what did we just put in the trade box. The next thing is we just have to attach this component to the player when they run a command to send a trade. So I'm gonna go back to the trade command, and here I'm gonna write player. We're gonna need a native unturned player. So, and here we can just use game object add component. This is gonna be a trade box component. We don't have to check if the player already has a trade box component, because when they close the storage, it should just delete itself. And they won't be able to open another storage while they have an inventory open, because they can't write in chat. And I don't see any use case for cheaters to abuse that. So we're just gonna add this component, get it. I call it trade box. And then just use the trade box to run open method. So it's gonna open the storage for the player, right? Because I copied this logic from Vault plugin. What it does is just make sure there's no items in that storage, but it shouldn't be any items there, anyways. But I will just to make sure, you know. Setting it to open, resizing to the sizes I set in a configuration file, then just setting it as an open storage for the player, and passing the items they should see in their inventory of that storage. So actually an instance of an items class of that storage. This is, I think, good enough to make a test in game. So I'm already gonna start Unturned, then just review everything again, and then get it on my test server. And for now I'm just gonna use local server, just have to update it. So I'm gonna go to my dedicated server. I mean Unturned dedicated server. So I have Unturned started. And now, I didn't start a server yet. So let me just make sure there isn't any other plugins there already. Only an example plugin I made for the template, so I can just delete that. And I won't need any of these libraries except Harmony actually, but I can copy it from here because I wasn't even sure if this was the latest version I had. So okay. Now let me start the server. And I'll see the log if there isn't any errors, maybe. Okay, it loaded successfully. If I didn't have a Harmony leap, for example, it would throw exception here. Because, well, the Harmony is initialized when loading the plugin, so obviously it wouldn't work if there wasn't Harmony DLL in the Rocket libraries. Now I can connect to that server. And let's try to use a trade command. Or is it actually trade send? So let's try. Oh, it doesn't do anything. Not good. No reference exception. So what did I miss? Froze it at an open. Is it possible that storage is null? Well, it should be initialized in the start. And I think it works fine on my vault, so. Here I also set the items to empty items instance. So I don't see why would it throw an exception. The player can be null. Because it's set here. Might have to do some unturned debugging with console write line. Which is not gonna look good on the video, but well, I guess this is what the video is about. Showing the full development process, so I guess I'll do that. Because I wonder, is it possible that the storage was null? Alright, let's see. So we're just gonna... Actually, I'm gonna use rocket logger. Let me just remove or write like this. Because there are two loggers. One is from Rocket and another is from Unity. And I want to use rocket logger. And I'm just gonna log storage null. Storage equals null. Then we can check also if items, storage items are null. Storage items null. Nah. Okay. We'll just throw exception. If storage is null, this is gonna throw exception here. Then we just know already that the storage is null, so that's fine. And maybe... Well, is it possible that configuration is null? Did I not set the instance? I did. Oh, but still that's not that. And let's just have a quick look at the configuration that was generated. It's fine. We can also check the player inventory, or at least the player. You're gonna know if it's null or not. So that should be all. And maybe just to make sure that the start method is called before open is being called. So because actually it might be in my Vault plugin that the open is called only when the Vault is finally fetched from MySQL. So that's why it doesn't throw this exception. But actually here might be that start method is being called after the open method. So so I just added this log to see that, which I'm pretty sure that's the issue. But I'm not gonna fix it yet. I will just run it and see if that's the case. So I'm gonna shut down the server. Update the plugin. Then restart the server again. Yeah, so as you can see, that's the case, that's the problem. So the storage is null because the start method is being called too late. So I guess we could just open it in here. We don't need this open method because I needed it for Vault plugin because it was called from the after MySQL data was fetched. So, but here we don't need that. So I'm just gonna call it right after initializing the storage here. So I'm not gonna need this anymore. Just gonna, when I do this, it's gonna add it already. So I don't even have to get this trade box anymore. Unless I wanted to pass some parameters, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I actually do. I have to pass what player it was. Which player do we send the trade to? So I'm gonna need that later, but for now I'm just gonna remove it. And I can remove these checks already. So we'll just keep this for now. And it should open the storage. Now if we do trade send, it opens the storage. And if I put a GPS, for example, yeah, it works. It actually added the GPS. And if I put it here, it's gonna add it like in the first empty spot. So now if I close this, it should send us a message in chat. Yeah, I put 2 GPSs, so just listed all of them. Yeah, so now if I open again, let me just get another item, for example, Maple Strike. So it's gonna work the way I have to write /trade send. So if I put, for example, I'm the player that wants to trade, so I send an offer to the player. I wrote /trade send Ivan, and then I wanna set an items I want to trade. I want to offer to him. I'm gonna put GPS and Maple Strike. So now when I close this, it's gonna send this trade offer. I'm gonna, in the memory of the plugin, I'm gonna keep the this item data, so I will know these items are like this. They have this quality and this other metadata parameters, like attachments. So Ivan will see exactly the same item I put here. He will be able to right-click, see the magazine capacity. I mean, also the ammunition in the magazine, and other details. So he'll know exactly. And when he sends his offer back, so I accept that offer. Then Ivan again confirms the trade. Then then the plugin is gonna check both me and Ivan inventory. And if I, for example, offer that maple strike to Ivan with 30 bullets in the magazine, and if before we confirm the trade and finalize it, I'm not gonna have this 30 bullets anymore. For example, I use one to kill a zombie. It's not gonna finalize the trade, so it's gonna actually cancel the trade when we try to confirm it. It's gonna tell Ivan that MCrow doesn't have his item anymore that he offered you to trade, so the trade was cancelled. So this is how I want to make it. So let's just make sure I can't put this back into my inventory in any way. I can't drop it, no. What about swapping? Can I swap it? Oh, I don't know if I could swap it because it's probably not. Like, I can't swap it with GPS. So that's good. Can I strip it? Oh, I can strip it. That's another issue. We're gonna have to fix that. Because I could strip it. We're gonna have to check out why this is. Oh, also why I'm not able to put any items in here. I should be able to rotate items inside my inventory. So we're gonna have to fix that too. I wonder what is the method for stripping again here. But as you can see, dropping doesn't work, take doesn't work. Okay, so a lot more work ahead. Maybe let's just do that now. So let's go back to the harmony patches. And let's try to find a method for stripping again from attachments and magazines. There isn't a method called strip. So how does it work? Well, I guess we have to oh, this is interesting. It doesn't have a magazine here anymore. Does it have it here? No, it doesn't. Oh, actually, it removed it from here. So this actually might not be such a big problem. For now, because it didn't actually duplicate a magazine. So players aren't able to abuse it really. But it would be nice to patch it later. So for now, we don't need that, but we'll have to remember about it and cover that later. So, then we can just I guess we can just go ahead and just write all the logic in this trade command, so when it sends the command, when it sends the trade offer, it's gonna send it to some player. I will for now make it with myself, so I can send trade offer to myself. Yeah, so let's try that. So I'm gonna actually need that tradebox component instance. And perhaps I would like it to have to be able to to use the same method for opening the storage and passing the player that this trade is for. So maybe I just move this here to the awake method, which I know will be called right after adding a component, not like the start method in Unity. Component is called, well, it can be called later, like so. It's not actually called right after adding a component, but later. So I'm just gonna move that here, slug. We won't use the start from Unity component anymore. And I'm just gonna accept the target player parameter here. So it will be just a unturned player. And here I'm just gonna get this unturned player, so I'm gonna need another argument for this command. So I'm gonna have to validate it now. If it's no more empty, then I want to return and say to the player that he must provide. For now, I'm not going to use any translations. I'm just going to say he must provide target player. Well, we're gonna make it better messages later when we add translations. And here, before sending an offer, before adding the tradebox component, I'm gonna try to find that player on the server they specified. So there's an unturned player from name method for this. And I will call it target player. And again, I will have to make sure it's not null. Then we know he's on the server. But if he's not, he's gonna send a message, player not found. Yeah. And next then we can add a component, tradebox component, and then we can open it, providing the player parameter, which is a target player. Oh, actually, it's wrong. I should open it. The target player should be passed here. So I'm gonna call it player target player. That will be target player dot player. This is gonna open a storage for the calling player, for the caller, which is the player that uses the command. But I will save the instance of the target player in here. So obviously when this target player disconnects from the server, the trade is not gonna be sent, or it will be or if it's already sent, it's gonna be cancelled as soon as he releases the server, which I think is fine. So I'm gonna add another property here. It's gonna be a player target player. And I'm gonna set it to that target player just to use later. Later, I mean actually we're gonna use it right now. So when when this is destroyed, so when this is completed, when we send a message of items that were offered, actually we're gonna move it to the destroy method maybe. We're gonna add one more validation here. These storage items. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to keep the storage items. That's important also. But we're gonna make a list in our plugin class that will keep all these items that are offered in the player that was sent to. It will also give a unique ID for the trade. But for now, we just want to send a message to the player if the items is more than one. More than 0. So then we know that the trade should be sent. Well, but what about this? If somebody put accidentally some item into the trade they want to send to someone, for example, I wanted to put a GPS, but I accidentally put Maple Strike, and I don't want to put Maple Strike anymore. So maybe we can add another handling to our patch. So if somebody tries to drop an item that he offered here, it's gonna get removed from that storage. So that way he can cancel the trade, for example. So because putting no items in the trade, we'll just cancel the trade. We won't send it actually. We'll only send a trade when there's more than one item. There's 0 items. there's at least one item. So I think this is a good idea. So in here, instead of canceling the method, we're just gonna add remove item method to the trade component. Should be called remove item. And all it does, it will just remove that item from inventory. So we're actually gonna need these parameters here. Let me find it. It was drop item or receive drop item. We only got coordinates. But that's good enough. So we can pass these coordinates. Using those coordinates, we're gonna find this item. Here there's a get index method. This will return index, which we can then use to remove that item. So this will remove an item from the storage. So from the trade offer. Trade box, remove item. And we pass in the coordinates, right? Okay, so when we drop an item, it gets removed. And another thing I forgot is that when we're trading, we weren't able to like move items in our inventory, which should work. So I have to look in here. Yeah, and I believe, yeah. So I just have to return true here because we only want to cancel methods that are related to the storage. But if somebody changes something from, like moves item from shirt to hands, for example, or anything that's not affecting the storage, then it should just continue with a vanilla behavior. So that will fix this. Because returning true will just allow the method to continue running, while returning false cancels the original method. Okay, so we get that, but I was actually working on something else. Yeah, here. So if there's more than one item, then we want to like mock the send of an offer. So for now, it's just gonna say the message that we sent earlier, this one, but it will send it to the target player. So it will say also if we can add validation if target player equals null, and then we'll just say, but we're not going to be able to test it right now. So actually, we don't need to add that because we might add it in somewhere else. But we're going to have to add validation if the player is no longer on the server, then it should send the trade to him. But for now, let's just use that target player, which is gonna be me because I'm testing with myself. So it's not gonna be any different from what we already had. But I'm just gonna say Yeah, player name. And I will say player name offered, and then the list of item names. Okay. And that is something we can test now. So we're gonna test these validations here. Then opening of the storage. Passing the target player to the tradebox components. So let me go to my server files. Let me shut down the server first. Case replaced. So I need to restart the server again. Let's try to send trade offer to myself. Yeah, first it says you must provide a target player, so let me do that. And I'm gonna say send to Ivan, but Ivan is not online, so it says player not found. But if I say send MCrow, it's gonna open it. And now, if I put GPS, I can put multiple GPSs, but I can, I see I don't have them, so I can just drop them. They aren't actually dropped, but they are removed from the trade offer, so drop. But if I take, it won't work. And I should be able to, yeah, now I'm able to move the items around. And yeah, I just got an offer, MCrow offered GPS. So that's what I left in the trade box. Alright, so this is perfect. Let's continue. What is next? So now what I want to do is, once the trade offer is sent, I want to keep it in some list or dictionary. So then the player will be able to respond to that trade. So now what I'm gonna do is so I will, well, when the trade box component is destroyed, so when it's closed, when the storage is closed, it will actually send the trade offer. Well, I'm not gonna waste time explaining this. I just do it. It's the best way like this. You will know how it works because the plugin will be public. It will be a public plugin, so it will have its own description. But I'll tell you more about my idea how to do this while working on it. All right, so first I'm gonna have to create a model that will keep the items that I offer. So I'm gonna call it trade offer. It could be just trade. Or maybe not, because there's a namespace trade. Might be a problem. Trade offer is fine. And it's gonna keep what? It's gonna have to keep the connected player, so the player that offered the trade. So this is gonna use the player instance, and it's called sender. We're gonna have another player instance which will be receiver or target. We just call it receiver for now. And another thing will be just a list of items. So just a list of items they offered. Or we could actually keep the storage. I'm gonna have to create it many times, but maybe it might cause some other issues, so I just I just keep the list of items, and we're just gonna make another component for checking the items that are offered in the storage, offered in the trade offer. So, and also we're gonna need another trade box for. Oh yeah, it would be good to reuse the same trade box component for receiver wanting to offer his items for this trade offer. So for now we're gonna do it like this. We'll see later if there's any better way to improve it. But basically we will not allow trades of less than one item. So you must put at least one item in the trade offer, both you and sender, both receiver and sender, to be able to complete the trade. So trade cannot be completed until receiver responds to the trade. Okay. But first we'll start with sender, and then add this preview components for inspect command. I'm gonna need to store those trades. I'm gonna make a list. Trade offers here. To keep all trade offers. Oh, I also wanted to make an ID for the trades. So they have to say, they can like identify the trade offer. So I'm gonna add a string ID, the trade offer. And I wanted to have a naming convention for this. IDs to be like, for example, if the sender is MCrow, it's gonna use the first letter of my name, which is M. So for example, the ID will be M, and then it will be a random number between 0 and between 0 and maybe between 1 and 99. So for example, it will be N78 if I send a trade. So I'm gonna need to make a add trade offer method. Which is gonna accept the whole trade offer object, but it will change the ID. To be the sender name, so we have to get a sender name. Actually, we're gonna need it many times, so maybe I'll just make a computed property here. Like this. Same with receiver. And then I'll just use sender name first character. And it helps me here. But I just wonder if there can be any player with nothing in their name, or it could be a space or something. This is gonna be bad then. It should be only a letter. So if the first character is not a letter, I'm not sure how to do this, but maybe we'll just tell Copilot to do it like this. Get the first letter character from sender's name. If it doesn't contain letters, use default letter T. That's not what I wanted. Remember, it might be empty. T, or just contain only digits. No, it does get it. So we have to write this logic ourselves. So we're just gonna make another method, or never mind, we're gonna write it here. Forget about compilers. Alright, time to use the brain. Yeah. I'm gonna need one thing. What I could do is just... Oh, there's a isLetter method, that's perfect. So I'll just use a for, or even for each, if that works. Yeah, that works. If C is letter, I don't have that. So I might have to write like this, yeah. So if the character is letter, well, if it isn't, no, if it is, then set the ID to that character. So first we're choosing the character. Well, if you won't find any letter in the player name, that's also fine, because then it's just gonna use T letter. And then we want to have a number between 1 and 99. So we're gonna get a random number. We can use Unity random or system random. I guess we use Unity because it's static class. So then I have to say using logarithms rocket moving. So otherwise this would be conflicting with Unity logger. And I can just use range and provide a range from 1 inclusive and 100 exclusive. So it will get me a number, maximum value of 99. Just confirm, and we'll just add it to our string, but I want to make sure the number is, for example, if the number is 1, I want it to return 0, 2. If the number is 2, then you should add the 0 at the start. So not sure how to do that. Maybe it will tell me. Yeah, so you just use the D2 format. Thanks, compilers. Yeah, but so actually we can, then we just, write trade-offer ID equals ID. That's good. We may want to add some other checks, like if the player already has multiple trade offers sent to that player, or whitelist, but we'll add that later. For now, let's just make a base version with the most important features. So this will add the trade offers. The trade offers I initialize the list in the constructor, but I guess I should do it in the lower method, so I'm gonna change that. And it shouldn't really be public then. So maybe it could be. I usually make it like this. So I will have a private list trade offers. That would be initialized here. The plugin is loaded. And I would have a public trade offer enumerable interface. That would just return the list, but as a enumerable, so this no, so I want to make I want to use add or remove accidentally, or nobody will from another plugin. Easily they will have to use reflection to modify this list. Well, it's not a big deal, but I think it's just nice to do it like this. But it's probably unnecessary. So we don't have to return anything here because we're just setting the ID property value in the instance of the trade offer. Okay. So we now have to use it. So when the player sends a trade, I'm gonna add a trade offer. Or actually, let's just maybe move all the logic here of creating an offer. Or no, for not. Let's not do that for now. And I initialize trade offer here. And we're gonna set all properties except for the receiver and sender names and ID. So receiver will be target player, sender will be player, sender items will be this, and receiver items will be null for now. And we're gonna call add offer. So the offer is added to our list. And then we can write to that player actually to both players. We're gonna send two messages, one to the player, which is calling the trade offer. And we'll say trade offer, we'll say the ID of the trade offer, sent to trade offer receiver name. And of course I need a Steam ID here, not player. And a similar message will send to the target player. But we won't mention what items did they send for now. Or we could. It's fine, I guess. So keep that. So that will add a trade offer. So we can test that. Right, let me send myself a trade. Given Maple Strike. Just close it. Yeah, it didn't work completely. I mean, it kind of worked. Only the ID is wrong. So I forgot to make sure that the letter is uppercase, and I forgot that it should only take the first one. When it finds a first letter, it should break the for loop. So we just have to add this break, and we'll just make sure it's uppercase. For example, here. That will be fine. Let me just send another trade. A lot of GPSs, come on. Yeah. All right, so this is gonna work. At this point, I will just create a repository on GitHub, so I don't lose this progress I have made. So I'm gonna do that real quick. So then later I'll be able to see the changes I made. So I'm gonna make it as Restore Monarchy plugins. I'm not gonna give it any description for now. Oops. I'm just making sure it's private. It's gonna be a paid plugin. Right, that is pushed to GitHub now. Oh wait, not yet. Okay, it's pushed now. So it's saved now. It's saved as GitHub Cloud. So if my disk dies or anything, my computer dies, I won't lose my plugin. Okay, but I need a little break now, so I'll be right back. Okay, so and now so we already have a trade offer saved in our list here. So the trade, we got a receiver. We keep the trade items. So what other commands do we need? We need a command to inspect, right? So I said the next will be inspect, so let's do that. So I'm gonna call it trade inspect component. That will be actually very similar to tradebox component, so maybe we could use this tradebox component for everything. Actually, this could work. Because we could have like a type of a tradebox so property here. So in the patches we just check if this is a preview tradebox, then we don't want to let player to put anything in it. So, but actually it might be easier to just make another component. So I just create another component called trade inspect component. Oh, but another problem then we have to. So it might be great for performance because we're gonna have to get the trades inspect component as well as tradebox component. So never mind, we'll use one component for everything. But without a type of component. So here, except we're gonna be passing the player. We're gonna have 3 methods actually for. The first one is for initiating a trade. The next one will be open preview, which is inspect actually. So, but all of them are gonna need this and this. So I'm gonna make another private void. Will be just open storage. And we'll just copy this. We won't clear items because in case of a preview, I want to be able to like show these items. So I'm going to load these items first, then I'm going to open the storage. So But first I need to add this property so I can tell in the dispatches if it's a preview or what mode is it. Like maybe I can just add read-only mode and that'll be enough. So if it's open like this, then read-only is false. But when it's opened with open preview method, read-only is true. Actually, it could be like this. Fine. It is a word. So here it opens storage as well as here. But here it sets it to read-only false, while when opening a preview of a trade offer it will set it to true, and it will load items to the storage. So well, just for each item. Item in trade offer items. Oh yeah, and here we have to know if it's a sender or receiver opening, because if it's a sender, then he should be able to. Then he should see the preview of what the other part offers them. So maybe we'll be passing that from higher level. So here only we just get items to preview. And we just have a logic up somewhere else, like in the trade command maybe. And this will set the storage items. Well, I just have to add each of these items. Like this. It shouldn't fail because there should be enough space, because if there was enough space they wouldn't be able to put it in that storage in the first place. So if the preview is the same size as the trade box when starting a trade, then it shouldn't be a problem. Yeah. So now we have to add a inspect command. So we'll have another case for argument 0. And at this point I might just create a partial classes to keep it all better organized. I'm gonna have a trade command send partial class, which will have all this logic. So it's gonna be called just send. It can be private. And it won't have 3 parameters. One will be the calling player. Then it will need a player name, target player name. So actually argument 1 will be this. It just doesn't have to be a string, it can be void. Here I'll just say send player argument 1. Just a target player in this case. And now I'll add inspect. So I will add another partial class. Now we'll call it inspect. That will have other parameters. It will have unturned player. And also this will be trade ID. So then I can add a method here that will get a trade by ID. So this will return the first element that matches the condition, otherwise null. So, well, first I gotta check if trade ID is not provided, then I just wanna say to that player, you must provide trade ID, exactly. And then I wanna find a trade. So, trade offer equal to get trade by ID. Let me zoom in. And if that trade offer is null, then I know the trade does not exist. But otherwise I can move forward, and then I get add another check, because I have to make sure that that player, yeah, this is another important thing. So yeah, I forgot when creating the IDs, I have to be sure that this ID doesn't exist already. So it has to be unique. And also when a player disconnects, or I have to remove all the trades that are related to him. So I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna subscribe to an event. Some player connected. Oh, disconnected, of course. Just make sure it's recording. It is. Cool. And it's gonna iterate through all the trades. And if trade offer, I'm gonna remove that trade, but also notify the other part that the player is connected, so the trade was cancelled. You have to use the SDG unturned player, not the unturned player from Rocket. Oh, and since we're removing from the list, this wouldn't work. I have to make a copy of that list if I want to remove it from this for each iteration. So this will make a copy of the list, and I can safely delete it from the list of trade offers. Yeah, but I also want to notify the other part. So I guess this, I actually have to do it like this. So if it's a sender, I want to send it to receiver. Trade offer, then ID of the trade was cancelled because player display name, or actually trade offer sender name disconnected. I'm just making sure it's being sent to the receiver. So I'm gonna need this CS team ID. So I just add another property here. And I also need the sender CS team ID as well. Like this for now. Yeah, this is for receiver. If the receiver disconnects, then we send in the message to sender. I guess this is fine. And another thing, we have to make sure that the ID is unique for, well, we could just have a unique ID for 2 of the players, right? Because 100 trades may happen on a very popular server, although I don't think so, but if we have it scoped, the ID is scoped between like only 2 players, so because it only has to be unique for that player, so the unique key actually should be sender ID, receiver ID, and the ID. This group of 3 has to be unique. And I want to keep the IDs to be short, so I don't want to change that. 100 might not be enough if we only have an ID unique. Awful. Nah, okay. We'll just make it scout per players. Then we're sure it's not gonna. And then we're gonna like restrict players to only send 2 trades to each other at one time. So if they try to send another trade, or maybe just 1 trade, is even better. If they try to send another trade, they first have to cancel the first one, or finish it, whatever. And we're gonna have to have expiry time for the trades, so there's a lot of work to do. Yeah, but to get a trade, we only need to pass 1 player. So this is gonna find a trade. Where either receiver or sender is a player, and ID is equal to ID. And when adding a trade, we just have to make sure that that ID doesn't already exist for these 2 players. Or we don't, if we only allow 1 trade per pair of players. So, wait, no, but there's another problem, like, yeah. It could be another player with the same name, so that would start with the same letter. Since we're getting the trade by ID, and only providing the player. Oh, this is getting complicated, but it's fine. Just hard to explain for me now to you, so we just have to. So I'm not gonna explain it in details how it worked, but you will see later. So I'm just gonna make a separate method for this. Like generate unique trade ID, which will do exactly that, but it will also verify that this trade ID doesn't already exist. I can do it here. So I can make a while loop. have to say that I want to use Unity Engine random. Maybe the while loop is not the best idea. For will be safer. With like hundreds of tries. Just have to include this. Well, this is not perfect, but I'll keep it for now and just maybe come up with something else later, but it should be fine. In the worst case then, it will just use the ID that already exists, but for Unturned server this is more than enough. No, it's not beautiful. I'll get back to it later. Here I just have to pass the player. This will get his trait. Then again we have to see if this player is a sender or a receiver. Because if he's a receiver, we gotta use the receiver items. If he's a sender, we have to use the sender items in the preview. But basically, we're gonna need the tradebox component anyway, so we use tradebox component. Tradebox. Open preview. Here we have to pass items, but before we know the items, we have to make sure that the getting items exactly like that. Maybe even make a method in that trade offer. Like this. So we only have to say get items here, passing the player, and then we can check if items is null, then we know that the other part didn't send it. So now we can another one get other player name. We'll say just trade with other player name is empty. This is just for now. We're gonna add translations later. We fix it. Look good. For now, this is good. Then, items actually are. There actually are some items offered by that other part of the trade. Then we open a preview of these items. So this is just going to open the storage, so we don't have to say anything. Let's just now make sure that to call this method inspect from the trade command. And then we can test it. Just making sure everything looks good. Oh yeah, I forgot about patches. So we have to have the patches in case this is a read-only box. Then we don't want to do anything like thread box add item. So then we can maybe not even modify anything here, but add this check here in the add item and remove item. So this is really only just return false. Oh, and wait. I think I found a bug. So it shouldn't actually return true if item is successfully added to that storage. Because then it's only gonna be added twice. How is it not happening? But I believe it should just return false in every case. So I don't actually need the bool to return a bool value here. It should be just void. Well, in case it fails, you just won't add anything, so this is fine. But it only fails when there is not enough space. So this should be good. We can test this. Oh. I'll have to shut down the server first. Okay, I don't have anything to put there. The trade wasn't sent because they had no items. Now I will get Maple Strike. And I will offer myself one Maple Strike. Right, so I got a trade offer. For some reason it's E. I don't know how. But let's try to inspect this trade. Yeah, it didn't load any items. Wonder why is that? Oh, I know, because I'm both receiver and sender, so. But it should have told me that there isn't anything. Well, you have to see, it doesn't work. First, let's see this ID, because I don't know why it says E now. There is no E letter in my name. So how did that happen? Okay, so I let the copilot do the job on it, of course. did some weird shit, like using a GUID here. Why? I should be passing the player name. So it didn't help us this time. Okay, so this is solved. It's like probably. Another issue is the preview didn't show me Maple Strike in there. So it looks like the item wasn't added, or the item wasn't even saved. Let's see here. Well, it should have been saved if this returns items, which it does because we tested it here. And actually it says the item count is greater than 0, so otherwise we wouldn't send a trade. So maybe there is a problem with opening it. Yeah, I think I know what it is. Well, it tries to add an item, but we didn't define yet what is the size of that. So maybe let's just... So, no, actually we have to... Let's pass these items here as an optional parameter. So by default will be null, but here we'll just pass this. And then it will know that it should add these items right after resizing the storage. So yeah, if it's not null, we're just adding items to that storage. So this will work now too. So I guess let's do that. Just test it again. Let's send myself a trade again. This time it should start with letter M, hopefully. Can offer two maple strikes. Yeah. So it's the ID looks good now. Now I should be able to inspect the trade. Well, it says trade not found. So let's see. Why is it? Because it worked last time. I could open the preview. Or maybe the case. Yeah, we have to make sure the case doesn't matter, but as you can see it works. We get a preview, we can't pull this out, we can't put anything in. We can't drop it, we can't remove it. So this is perfect. We can strip it though. Oh, come on. Now we get it. Okay, we have to fix this stripping of items. Although you can see it didn't work here because it's the same instance of an item. I see now, right? So now if I go here and just take this item, it's not gonna... But this way the receiver could steal items from the sender, so we have to block this strip method. So let's look for that now. But first let's just make sure that when getting the item, we compare ID without like the case won't matter when comparing the ID with the specified ID by the user. So ordinal ignore case is necessary here. Whatever. This is fine because normally I work like this. Let's find it. So I'm gonna look for the UI. Because obviously I have to find this button. Dismantle attachment. So I'm gonna export this. Unturned assembly C# DLL to the project. I'll put it in my downloads. Okay, it's exported here. Now I can open it and I'm just gonna search for this strip, and it says dismantle attachments. It will be easier to find. Oh, it might be some localization file though. To get it right. Yeah, so maybe let's try to find the second word. Oh yeah, there's a receive strip attachment method. Is it in, it's in player crafting. Right, so we just have to block that. So I'm gonna need to create another patch. Player crafting patches. And I wonder if I can salvage it like this. Let's try that. Okay, it doesn't allow salvaging in the storage. So this is fine. So we only need strip attachments. But what about bandages? If I put 2 bandages. Oh, found it back. Put it there, but I can't get it back because I put it from nearby items. Now it's gone. I have to fix that too. Let me first try something else. I was wondering if I put multiple bandages here. Okay, I'm not able to craft dressing, for example. So this is good. So we only have to fix this now. When you put an item from nearby items, it removes it. So we have to find how that works. Probably you have to look in item manager. This is where all items that are on the ground are stored. And here there's ask take item. I think this is gonna be this. I mean, actually receive take item request. Because there's a page here, 2 page. And there's actually an event for that we could use instead of Harmony patch. But at this point I may just use Harmony patch since I already have Harmony here, so. Usually if there's an event you don't need to use Harmony in your plugin, it's better to use that event that Nelson offers. But in this case I already have Harmony, so I probably just patch item manager. So we have to patch this one, receive take item request. Oh, but it has some parameter which is tricky. I'm not sure how to patch this. We can try it. Maybe it just works like a normal parameter. So we get a player. Get the trade box component. Make sure it is open. And if it's open and the player tries to put something in there, then it should, in every case, it should return false. Because we don't want players to be putting items from the ground, because then he needs this item in his inventory anyways, to be able to complete the trade. So we just want to cancel this completely if the trade box is open. And of course, they're trying to put it into the storage. Because otherwise they're just probably just picking it up from the ground into their inventory, which is fine. But they're only able to put the items into the storage, into the trade offer storage. Well, when they have it in their inventory. So we'll add that, test it in a moment. Just one more thing, we had player crafting, so we can patch player crafting class, and we were to patch attachment strip. Oh, this copilot is not helping right now. Shut it off. Didn't help us much. Let's see what parameters we have here. Page is the only one that's important, because we just want to cancel it completely. If it's a storage, which is a trade box. First we want to get an instance, so we know the player. Let's just copy it from item manager, because it will be exactly the same. Except we're using instance parameter instead of a player, and there's a page instead of 2page. Yeah, this will not allow player to strip attachments which are in the trade box. What did I miss here? Oh, I have to use player store inventory storage like this. It's fine. Okay. So that should be it. I'm gonna restore the server. First, let's send the trade. Trade send MCrow. Okay. Let's try to put item from the ground. How it works. Let's see what is wrong with this. But well, let's first test other things. So for example, oh, this is not a good example with magazines. I'm just gonna just maple strike and bandage. So I put a bandage, pull the maple strike. If I try to strip it, it doesn't work. That's good. So stripping is fixed. Well, I think I know what's wrong with the other one, because we use this. It has this parameter, which is in parameter, which I'm not sure what it is. So we might actually have to use the event. It will be the easiest way. But so stripping is blocked now, which is good. Let's try another thing. So I send a trade M52. So let's try to open it. Okay, it works with lowercase now, no problem. So this works too. I can't do anything. Can't. Well, this I can because we didn't patch it yet, because it's broken. So we're gonna use a Nestle event for disallowing that. So let's do that real quick, because I think I'm gonna have a longer break, maybe finish it tomorrow. After this one, let's just finish with this item manager. So we're gonna use an event, Nelson offers. There's item manager requested, on take item requested. And it has a should allow flag that will just set to false if the player has storage box open and he tries to put it in the storage box, trade box of course. Put it behind on player disconnected, and I guess I will just clean it up later, like maybe make some partial classes or to keep all these events in separate place, separate file, then this other logic for adding trade offers. But for now, let's just finish with this. So let's just copy the logic from here. But instead of saying true, we don't say anything, we just return. And if it's supposed to block the item from being taken, then we just want to set should allow to false. So then the item won't be able to be taken from the ground into the trade box. So let's test this really quick. Oh, there's another error I noticed here. But this is when I'm closing the inspect trade box. So this is probably since I'm using the same component for sending the trade offers, it actually it probably goes here, but the target player is null. Because it tries to send another offer, I have to make sure that, like, if it's a read-only, then we don't want to send it, right? Something like this. So we can try that for now. But later we're gonna make another check, because we have on Also handling for replying to the trade offer. So when somebody wants to, you know, when you receive a trade offer, then you have to answer the trade offer with your offer. So we want to handle that too. So for now, we're just gonna say if this is not this is read-only, then we don't want to create another trade offer. This will be enough for now to fix this one, this error. And we'll just test the take item real quick. What did I miss? Come on. Well, at least maybe it doesn't throw that error. Yeah, it doesn't throw this error anymore, but we still have this pickup broken, so it actually lets us put an item into that storage from the ground. Let's see why. Yeah, so this doesn't make any sense, come on. So we should compare it with storage. Right, so this was a problem here. So maybe even this patch worked fine. I think it's worth checking. If this is a patch, we're just gonna go with patch. So for now, I'm just gonna unsubscribe from this event, because I believe the patch will work fine. Well, let's see. Okay. I don't have anything. Yeah, it won't let me put an item from the ground into the storage, and we use the patch. It will let me put it from inventory though, which is good. And it won't let me strip the gun. So if I open it, I can see it. And I'm also not able to put anything well on the preview mode, which is perfect. All right. So right, so that's it for this one. Probably continue tomorrow or after tomorrow maybe. Well, anyways. Hello, this is day 2 of creating a trade plugin from scratch. So I'm gonna get started now. And now reopen the project. And see where we finished last time. Okay, so we finally made the item manager patch work. So we don't need to use onTake item requested event, so I can just remove it now. Oh, and last time I forgot to record when I committed it to GitHub, but I committed and pushed my changes to GitHub last time, which wasn't recorded. remove this event, we don't need anymore. And so we already got an inspect command working properly. So now let me see in the short description and plan I made. Let me see what else we're missing. So we already have a send command and trade inspect. So now we need a way to accept the trade and like actually reply to the trade offer. So the receiver must be able to offer his items for the trade that was offered to him. So let's do that. So we're gonna make another sub command, which is gonna be accept. So we're gonna make another partial class for that sub command. And it's gonna have same parameter as inspect. It's also gonna have a trade ID. So I'm just gonna copy that and rename this to accept. Then these checks are good. We're just gonna have to add another check. Like if trade offer, because only the receiver can accept the trade. So we must check if the current player is the receiver. So we just use trade offer receiver is equal to the player. Let me check really quick if I'm recording. Okay, looks good. So if the current player is a receiver, if it's not a receiver, then we want to return and tell him well, for now we just say you must be a receiver, accept the trade. Then we're gonna add another check. So if trade offer receiver items are already set, so they are not null, then we know he already replied to the trade, so he can't change his offer again. So he won't be able to accept the trade, put some items in the box, and then change his mind and change the trade items. So the sender again will, because after accepting this trade, we're gonna send a notification to sender. The receiver accepted his trade and offered him the items that he put in the storage, which we'll implement now. So if receiver items are already set, we don't want to let them change it. So I'm just gonna say you already send your offer to that trade. Perhaps it shouldn't be called accept command. Maybe we're gonna rename it later to something else. Like maybe just gonna be /trade and ID. Or something like /trade and trade ID and reply. But for now we'll see. We'll just do it with the accept command. Call accept for now. But I'm not sure if that's a proper name. What did I say it here? Okay, I called it accept here, so maybe we'll keep it. We'll see. So, but if receiver items are null, so he hasn't replied to it yet, then we're just gonna open a tradebox component again. So we might create another method for open, because it doesn't need to have a target player parameter, but instead should have a trade ID. Or not. No, never mind. Or no, never mind. See, it's actually important because we want to then submit the trade when inventory is closed. So, to make it clear, I'm gonna rename this one to open sender. So you know this one is called when the sender opens the trade box. And we'll add another open receiver, and instead of passing a player, it's gonna accept trade ID. I think that will be good. Yeah. So then I'm gonna save the trade ID. Trade ID will be trade ID, and read only will be false. Then we'll open the storage. So it will open storage, and then we want to add to here. So if the trade is not read only, and trade ID is not equal to null, then you should find that offer for the current player, which the trade box is open for. So that will be player. Then we can say, for example, for some reason the sender disconnected from the server, so the trade offer was cancelled. We're gonna tell the player the trade offer was cancelled because it wasn't found, so we know it was cancelled. Because we already made so trade offer is automatically removed from the list if player disconnects from the server. Did we do that or not? We did. So here it says it's just removing from the list. So if the trade offer is null here, it's gonna mean it will mean that the other player disconnected. So we can tell this player, we can tell him trade offer actually it might be better to pass the trade offer instance, because what if another player sends the trade offer to this player and it will have the same ID? So yeah, maybe it's better to keep a trade offer instance here. So let's change this now. So it's actually gonna pass trade offer instance here in open receiver. We're gonna keep it in the property here, and instead of getting a trade by ID here, we're just gonna validate that the trade exists. So if it doesn't exist, we know that the trade was cancelled. So just gonna make a check like this. If trade offers doesn't contain the given trade offer, we wanna just cancel the. We're actually gonna need to. We can't use return here because it will cancel this 2 lines of code. So we're just gonna use if else. So if it contains the given trade offer, it will tell them, it will just update receiver items in that trade offer. So it will set them to, well, exactly like this. And we don't have to call add trade offer to anymore because it's already there. And we're just gonna send a message to both players, similar to this. But instead we're gonna, so Steam ID here is the receiver, and we don't actually use target Steam ID here because target player is null. We're gonna need to use trade offer sender sender Steam ID we can use here. So we will rename it to sender Steam ID. And we're just gonna say something like this. This is all temporary. We're gonna come up with translations later at the end of creating a plugin. And we're gonna send a message to sender that the receiver answered your trade offer well, and obviously they're gonna have to then check and confirm the trade then. So we might just not say that now, but we're gonna make a proper translation later. We'll explain, but that will tell players what to do exactly. Something like this. Oh, actually, we might just say that. But it still doesn't tell them to inspect the trade first, because they probably wanna check what the other part offered them. Well, but for now it's fine. So we just have to use it now in the accept command. So we can add a tradebox component and then call open receiver and pass that trade offer instance. Okay, so now receiver should be able to reply to the trade. What I wanted to check yet, one more thing, is can both players inspect each other's trades? Yeah, we already implemented that. It's good. Okay, never mind then. I think we can test the accept command now. Right, so let me send an offer to myself. I will be offering 2 bandages. Now we try to reply to that offer. And apparently didn't do anything. Let's see why. Should have opened storage. But it didn't even say the tradebox component was created, so maybe accept command wasn't even called. Yeah, I forgot to add it here, so let me do that. Shut down the server to update plugin. And now we'll start now. Oh yeah. So we get a null exception. Let's see why. In onDestroy of a component, so it must be something here. What could it be? Well, it's the first time I'm using trade offers, so let me check that. Oh, it can be null. It returns the trade offers. Failed. What else could it be? Oh, it didn't send me any message, right? So it has to be something here. Or actually, no, what is it? So it actually went in this if statement and it tried to get a target player. So we must say that this should only be called when the target player is not null, because then it means that this is a sender opening the storage. So we're gonna do that. And just here, we actually add messages for both sender and receiver. If he doesn't put anything in trade, we just say that well, he didn't put anything in storage, so the trade wasn't sent in this case. So, oh, maybe we just say you must put at least one item in tradebox. And it will be the same message. For the receiver. So here we'll just say the same thing. This should be good. Alright, let's try again. So again, I'll be offering bandages. Run accept and give maple strike in return. And alright, so it says MCrow accepted your trade offer, confirm using a trade M25 confirm. So it works successfully, there is no errors in console. We don't list in items, so we don't need that. We maybe should, but I just copied a message from here. Well, it doesn't matter for now. I'm just gonna comment this out, since it's not being used. But we'll probably need it when we add translations. Alright, so I'm gonna make a commit to my GitHub repo, and I will call it add trade accept command, or just add accept sub command. It's good. And I'm just gonna push it to GitHub. Alright, and I'll take a short break. Oh, well, I didn't realize I had my ultra-wide resolution turned on while OBS was recording UHD, so you couldn't see my Solution Explorer, but that shouldn't be so much of a problem. So I'll just keep recording now. I fixed my resolution. And we'll just continue with the plugin. So the plan now is to implement maybe it would be better if there was no Solution Explorer here at all. Like perhaps I could, yeah, I could just have it like this, and if I'm gonna need to use Solution Explorer, I'm just gonna click here, then you can see the code better, as well as me. This might be better for recording. But anyways. So there's one more thing we're gonna have to implement. We're gonna have to implement expiry time for trades. So for example, one trade is valid for 3 minutes. Well, it will be a configuration option with a default value something like 3 minutes. So this is actually the same logic as cancelling the teleportation requests from the player, because they expire. Only here I think it would be good if somebody replied to the trade. So if somebody accepted the trade, the expiry time would reset. So in case he responds to the trade in like last 10 seconds, then it will give him another that will reset the expiry time to 3 minutes again before the sender can accept it. So I'm just gonna look how did I implement it in my teleportation 2 plugin. Probably create a service for that. Maybe not. I think I just used dates. Let me see if there's any translation for that. Did I send a message to player that trade expired and the TPA expired? Yeah, so let's see what triggers that. Oh. So it's in the teleportation service. I'm just using coroutines. Okay, it makes sense. Do I store this coroutine? Is that dictionary? Oh yeah, I have it like... Okay, so this is good. This is good. So we're gonna have the same thing for trade offers. So the trade offer is gonna have a coroutine instance, which we can just cancel and restore, for example. So I'm just gonna add a expiry coroutine here. And should I store an instance of a coroutine? Yeah, like, let me see the request model. Yeah, alright. So just coroutine. And we'll just call it the same as here, expire coroutine. So we'll just set it at the same time as setting the ID. So when it's added. And we might even have it implemented here, or have a method for it. That will just the enumerator that will be called. Well, here it's expire request, so I guess we call it expire trade. Expire trade offer. How does that really work? But maybe it shouldn't be here, never mind. Because we're gonna have to access plugin instance, and this is a model class, so it shouldn't really have that logic here. So I'll just go to trade plugin. Add this method here. And it will just... so we're gonna have a configuration option for that. It will be trade expiry time. And now, like I said, we'll set to 180 by default. But for now, for testing, we're gonna just set it to 30. So we don't have to wait 3 minutes to see if it works. And it will just, we're gonna have to use yield return new. Wait for seconds, unity methods, unity class. We'll just provide the trade expiry time in seconds here. So, and in case it expires, we're gonna remove the trade offer from trade offers. Send a message to that player, actually to both players. So, for example, to trade offer sender, will say trade, we'll say the ID of the trade, trade over ID, to, this will tell the trade offer receiver expired, and we'll say the same thing to receiver. accept, it will say from trade offer, sender name, expired. But we want to be able to cancel this coroutine. So, for example, when the trade is, well, first we want to start this, right? So I'm going to add it to the add trade offer method and just say here trade offer sender. Oh, actually, it's expiry coroutine. Will be equal to start coroutine, and I can use this start coroutine method because plugin is if you look at the Rocket plugin, it's actually a Unity mono behavior, so it's a Unity component, so it can use all this Unity component methods like start coroutine or invoke repeating or fixed update. So this is very useful, and I can just start that coroutine here. I just have to call the enumerator method here and pass the trade offer as parameter. And now we can go to accept command. Here, well, not even here, but actually to TradeWorks component, and I will add a new method to plugin instance first. Let me save here and go to trade plugin. I'll add a new method here called restart expiry trade offer, which will cancel the currently running expiry time. So it will say stop coroutine, trade offer expiry coroutine, and it will just restart it. So like this should be good. And one more thing, I'm gonna have to make sure to cancel that coroutine also when the player disconnects from the server. So after removing it from the trade offers, I also need to make sure to stop coroutine trade offer expiry coroutine. So it won't say to the player that the trade expired because it already says that it was cancelled, so it doesn't have to. It shouldn't say that it was expired when it expires, because the user already knows that it's cancelled because the other player disconnected. That should be it when it comes to expiry time. Now I'm gonna add a confirm method. So this is also not gonna be easy because I think both sides should have to write trade confirm, but first it should be one thing, because I forgot to call this in the accept method, or actually in here. Just have to add restart expiry trade offer. Okay. So back to trade plugin. I was thinking how I should implement the confirmation. So here I think well, for now it will be just the sender that has to confirm the trade. So let's do that. So we'll add another subcommand. Trade command, which will be confirm. We'll add another partial class. With a single parameter trade ID, so I can actually copy it from accept, for example. And just rename it to confirm. Then remove trade box part. And I guess update these messages. The first thing will be if trade offer dot sender is not equal to the player that's running the confirm command, then it will tell only the sender can confirm the trade. And then I need to check if receiver actually replied to that trade. So if receiver items are not null, then you should tell to the tell the player. Sorry, if it's null. Oh. If it's null, then it should say receiver. Well, we'll tell the name of the receiver. So receiver name didn't answer your trade. And finally, if everything else is good, it will just confirm the trade. So we're gonna have to check if both players have these items that they offered. So we're gonna have to compare the metadata of all items, check their inventories. So this is gonna be a complex method. But I just remember one more thing. I realize now. If I send a trade to myself, that maple strike, for example, put it here. You can see the magazine is full, quality is full, and it has all attachments, all default attachments. But if I send a trade, now if I, for example, strip that maple strike, or just strip it here, and if I use trade inspect as a receiver, because I'm also a receiver of that trade, it will actually show that strip maple strike. And if I reload it again, is reloaded again. So this is because we're actually saving the instance of an item in that trade items. So this is the same instance that I have here. So what we should do is we should actually just copy the important item data, which was provided originally in the trade. So the player can just like in the last moment he can just remove the magazine from the gun he's offering to other player, because it should just cancel the trade completely. So we just have to update this trade offer class to, instead of containing the SDG unturned item instance, we're just gonna create one ourselves. Well, we're kind of gonna create a copy of this that will only have important data like state, quality, amount, and ID. So I'm gonna create a new model class, which one we call item data. Hopefully there isn't any class code like that in SDG Unturned. We'll see. Maybe I'll rename it to something else then. And so it must have all these 4 properties, which I'm gonna make all of them public properties. Like this. And I'm actually gonna replace this here to keep the item data instead of item instance. So this will cause many errors in my application, but we'll fix it. So now, once we get the items, before we open the preview, we're gonna have to like create the unturned instance of these items. So actually it's gonna, so actually this getItems method can return the new instance of SDG unturned item. So it won't be the same instance that I have in inventory. So I'm just gonna make a quick mapper here that will just return SDG item, SDG unturned item, called getItem. It will just create a new instance of unturned item based on those 4 properties, which is ID, amount, quality, and state. Then here I can just use select and just call getItem. And so this should return item, SDG unturned item. Because this is for a preview. And we also have to update the TradeBox component to save that item data. So I'm gonna make one more, I'm gonna make a constructor here that will take this SDG unturned item and just convert it to my item data. So this will work, and now I have to just initialize it here. Might have to add a using. Yeah, so there's actually an item data in SDG unturned. So I'm thinking what could be another name. Maybe just trade item. I just got trade item. It's not gonna conflict with item data from SDG unturned library. This will be just trade item. like this. Okay. And hopefully that will work. I'm gonna have to give it a try because it's a pretty major change. That could break potentially everything, so I'm just gonna confirm here before testing. I'm also gonna test the expiry time. So let me see the project builds now. No, not yet. So there's one more, a few more errors here. Let's see. Yeah, so here it still says item data. So I have to rename the trade item. Or even no, I'm wrong, sorry. This returns item, the SDG unturned items. Switch me like this. And this is good now. Okay, it builds successfully. Oh, that's quick. So I can shut down the server and update the plugin. To give it a try. Oh, I started the wrong server. This is example server that I'm testing it on. Okay, so let's test the train box again. So I'm gonna put that maple strike in. You can see it has 30 bullets and it has a military magazine in it, so it's not stripped from attachments. So I'm gonna close now. Oh, we get a problem. So there's a problem with expiry time. Obviously, because I added a configuration field, but by default it's just gonna set it to 0. So I have to go into the configuration file. Yeah, you can see it didn't load the default value because the configuration already existed. So in case you wanna, if you ever wanna add a new configuration option to your config and you don't want people to like load the default value like 0 there, you can just set the value here. And you will see that if this trade expiry time didn't exist here, it's gonna create it with a default value of 30. So I'm gonna test that. So I'm gonna update the plugin again just to test this. So we'll see that this will be updated with the value here. Yeah, so because we set a constructor value, like the default value here, 30, it actually loaded it as 30. But if we set it only here, it wouldn't do that. It would only do that if the configuration didn't exist. So this is important for the new configuration options you're adding to your plugins, to set the property value in the constructor. Okay, so let's test the trade box now. Putting a maple strike, a full magazine there. Now I quit. And then so you can see the expiry time is 30 seconds, so we gotta hurry up. I'm gonna use trade inspect MCrow, ID of a trade. There's this maple strike, and now if I strip this one and reopen the storage, oh, there still is a problem with this. How come? Let me think about it. Why is it still not working? The trade expired, by the way, so I'm not able to open it anymore. But why did it not work like the way I thought it would? So let me just make sure. Let me see that again. I'll pin it for a moment. So trade offer stores these trade items. And it stores the trade, the state of an item. But somehow the state is updated. So maybe I have to copy this array. Yeah, because it's the same instance of an array. Right, so what I have to do is just have to copy an array when setting the trade item. Because right now, even though it doesn't use item anymore, so the quality and amount would work. But there's still an array of bytes here, which is the same instance of that is used here. So if it's modified by Unturned, this one is also modified, so I just have to copy this array. So I just see what is the best method for that in C#. So it will be copy array to another array. Well, probably it's gonna be a link here, or maybe that's array copy. Yeah, so we're gonna just use array copy, I guess. So this will set a state to the new array here, or maybe not. How does it work? Let's try that. So I'm gonna set. Okay. So I have to provide a second array here. So it already has to exist, and it has to have the right length. So we'll set the length to be exactly the same as state length, item state length. Then we'll put it here. We can actually have a variable here for length, because we're using it twice. Want her to declare a variable. And just pass it here. So this will copy from source array from index 0 to destination array and it will start at index 0 also. And it will copy the full length of this original array. Okay, so I believe this should be fine now. So let's restart the server and update the plugin. And as you saw, the trade expiry time works properly, so this is good. Let's start the server again. So I will load the magazine. Set a trade. Now I will remove the magazine and inspect the trade. 57. Did I actually update the plugin? I did. Let's try with bullets. So There's 30 bullets right now. Put it here, then I'll shoot some bullets. Then I will inspect again. And it still has only 24 bullets. How is that possible? I mean, it is only... so this doesn't work at all. Let me see why. So when we're opening the storage, use the item saved in the trade offer. How is it possible that that is the same item that I'm holding here? Well, actually bullets are also a state. What about quality? 98. Okay, so the quality is 98. So trade send MCrow. So remember the quality is 98. But now shoot some bullets. Okay, it's 93 now. Let's inspect the trade. And it's also 93 here. Wow. So even this doesn't work. Or, well, it says it's the same value. Which I don't understand how. So let's review it again. Well, maybe in that state there's something that identifies this item, so somehow it just... No, but it doesn't make sense. Wait, which method do we use to initialize this item? This one. Yeah, so it just creates a new item instance, nothing else. Am I testing it correctly? Try to load another magazine. So. Yeah, it actually loaded the drum here. So I wonder what is state updatable now. Perhaps if we disable that, it will work fine. But I won't really understand why. For loading a brand new instance of item, it should not be possible that these items is the same state if we keep it in memory in a different object. I actually have to print out some values maybe. I'll just unlock here. We'll see if it's actually changing. So I'll just print ID, amount, quality, and the preview of an array. State. And I will increase the expiry time, so I don't cancel my trace so fast. 120 will be enough. Now if I open this trade box, I should print out the values from mini console. Alright, so it prints out the value, the quality is 100. This is a state array. Now I'll just shoot some bullets. So the quality should go down to 98. Okay. And I'll open it again. And the quality changed, as well as you can see here, it changed something in the state. So this is actually changing somehow. So let's try maybe parsing it to, we'll check the less than quality, we'll just parse it to int maybe, then back to byte. No. Let me just try that. This. The quality is 97 here, 97 here, if I should. It's 95. And it's 95 here. Whoa. So why does it use the same value? Well, maybe that's because it's a property. But I don't think so. Well, let's try a field. no difference, obviously. This one is crazy, but I need to try it. I didn't have that. So now loading the Mac here. So the quality is 94. Putting in maple strike 94 quality here. Should say box. Now it's 89. Try now not using a constructor. Okay, so we're trying not to use constructor maybe. And we'll add some more logging maybe. This will help. I believe we can just use to array from link here. So we'll create another array. So we have to do the array copy. So I can actually remove this constructor. And instead call this create method. So let me see, where did I use the constructor? Right here. So this will be create now. So I don't need new. Or else here. This I believe should be good. Well, we'll see actually. So I don't think it makes any difference. To be honest, maybe we'll add just one more log here. Same as this one. try that. Putting a maple strike without magazine. Now reload this again. It's weird that it didn't log anything. It should have logged this. And maybe that's what the problem is. We'll see. Wait, I can't believe this, come on. Wait, so why did it say it twice now? I think that's the problem. So, actually, we'll just add a, say create here, and here what will say get item, just to be sure, because I think it know what it is now. So we have a gun. So it should have logged this one. Oh no, but I know, because we're using link you select. It's, oh no way, it's only being called when you actually use it. So this is actually, this one is actually being called every time. So we need to use something like toList here. This is a link queue. Not just link queue. No way. No way. So this create method was only called when I called receiver items or sender items. This is crazy. So this is actually being called. Let me show you. So now if I open trade inspect, M62, it is now being called create and then get, and it's using that instance of an item. So now if I run it again, I mean if I inspect again, and again it's created it again. So this must be, it needs this toList. This will then like create that object and get it to the new instance of the list. Otherwise this select returns or a selector, which was called every time the sender item was used. I hope that's clear, but that's the best I can explain it right now. Maybe I will write about it. But just be careful using this link queue. Like you can see, I forgot about it. And that was the problem all the time. So now I'm just gonna test this now. It should be good. So toList will trigger this select to create these items and put them to the list. But honestly, we should have done like this. This is better than link queue. Just declare a new list. You iterate through all storage items. And then you just create a trade item from item you're iterating. So you can use that trade item, that create method we made. And then put this item inside the trade items list. And this is actually item jar, so we must use it like this. And then we just assign sender items to that list of trade items. And this is much better than using link queue. So I'll do the same for receiver items. Or if we actually have, we could make like a method for add a method to trade offer that will be just public. Maybe not. We don't have to overcomplicate it. This is the simplest way. We're just gonna do it twice. No problem. It's still better than using link queue. Something like this. Then we can. I'm gonna keep all the logs for now, so you can see it works now. So it will actually, when I'm closing the send box, it will run the create once, and then only it will run the get item method. It won't call them twice when using inspect. Let's test this. So I'm going to shut down the server. And now if I send trade offer, I have this maple strike with 24 bullets. Trade send MCrow. I'm putting it here. There's 24 bullets I put in. Now I'm taking this, shooting. As you can see, the create was called when I closed the trade box. So now if I open it with trade inspect, I've got 18 bullets here, but it should show 24 inside the trade box. Yeah, it says 24, so finally this works. Okay, so I'm gonna remove the logs and I will just commit to GitHub. So logs are in trade item. I'm gonna remove them. So if you don't know how the link queue works exactly, like for example this select method I used, and I forgot how it works exactly, and I just realized after an hour of debugging, it's better not to use link queue at all, unless you understand it very well, even better than I do. But I can tell you that this to array is okay because what it does basically just copies an array from source to destination, so you can tell exactly. It should say that here an array that contains the elements from the input sequence. Well, it's not very clear that it creates a new array. Oh no, never mind. It says here. So to create an array from source, this is a source array, so you can guess that it returns a destination array. So it creates a new array object, which is what we need here. So I can save that and I can just commit it to GitHub. So I will call it add trade expiry time, and well, how do we call this? Maybe store item state in memory. Maybe just and add a trade item model, and I say like this: trade item. I'll push it to GitHub now, and we'll continue working on a confirm command. So now we're gonna have to coming back to the. I'm gonna close all these tabs, and now we'll Enable auto hide on Solution Explorer. Let me just open confirm command. And here we're gonna have to implement the logic of checking player inventories. If they have items that is required for the trade, so the items that they offered. So we have to check both sender and receiver items. So maybe we can make a shared method for them, because we have. So I can just create one method here for now. That will be. It will return a list of items, or actually, this is good if it should return a bool for now. It will tell if the player still has an items they offered, because if they don't, we're gonna send an error message to the players that the player doesn't have an item that they offered anymore. So, or it's not the same. And it will be good to tell the players each item exactly is. So for example, they will know that they shoot a maple strike, so that's why they can't trade anymore, because they offered it with 24 bullets, but it has only 9 bullets now, for example. So we'll call the method, for now I just call check player inventory, and it will accept, we'll have a trade item parameter, so we'll have a list of trade items to check for, and of course I'm gonna need a player. And we're just gonna have to iterate through all player inventory to see if they have the item they offered for trade. So let me check my other plugin where I have a clear inventory, which also has to iterate through all items in inventory, I believe. So one of them is Unturned strike. There should be a clear inventory command, or at least a method for that. Yeah, I got an inventory helper. Let me see that. Yes, so I just iterate through pages. So I would just iterate for pages like this. Let me declare player inventory variable. Use this, and we'll just make sure that it also doesn't clear a storage. If they have it doesn't look in the storage they have open. So if the page is area, which is nearby, or if it's a storage, then I don't wanna check there if they have that item they offered. So I will skip these pages. Let me see what other pages are there. Other pages are slots. So slots are obviously primary and secondary, I believe. It's probably. Then there's backpack, which is 3, vest, which is 4. Well, maybe the slots is actually hands then. Yeah, because here I believe yeah, so I think I might have to check the player equipment to know what guns does the player have here. So I'm gonna have to remember about that. So slots is actually just hands. Backpack is backpack, vest is vest, shirt is shirt, pants is pants. And this we don't need to check, and even we don't want to check. So just to remember, I'm gonna add a player equipment here, Maybe just call it like this. Equipment. Here instead of player info, just say inventory. Oh. And actually what we can do, we can also remove the items. If it's successful, if he has all the items, we can just remove them right after. Well, but anyways, we have to check first, so let's finish this first. Then we'll make another method for removing it. So we're gonna need to get an item here. So we'll just use get inventory get item, providing the page and index. So we'll get that item, which is item jar, I believe, yeah. Then we'll check if we're gonna make a list of trade items that are yet to check, and we'll just remove from that list as we find these items. So this will create a new instance of a list. So we don't have to worry that this will remove it from the list that's stored in the trade offer, because this creates a new instance. And I just call it trade items to remove, to check maybe. And we'll just see if that items exists. So if item jar dot item, and we just have to compare the state, metadata, and amount and everything. So we'll start with well, we're also gonna have to do that for the equipment items, so let's make another method that will be used to compare the trade item with item SDG.Unturned item. Check item, trade item, trade item. So we'll start with ID. So if item ID is not equal to trade item.id, then we know this is not this item, so we can return false. Then it's then we check in the amount. So the amount has to be the same, and if it's not, we're just returning false. Then there's durability, which in trade items we call quality, which is the same as durability, because if you look at the SDG unturned item, it actually returns the quality. So if that's the case, we return false. And then we have to compare arrays. So first we just check if item.metadata, which is the state, if its length is not equal the length of trade item state, then we want to return false, because then for sure it's not the same item, or if it is, it has a different state. And then we have to compare all state values. For example, like you saw here, this is a magazine, so if somebody changed the magazine, this is not going to be 6 anymore, it's going to be, well, maybe this is not magazine because this is actually bytes, so, and ID can be even like a few thousands, right? So, and the byte can max store only up to 255. So this is actually, so this number is probably like 4 bytes. But this doesn't matter for us. We just have to compare that each byte is equal to in-state and metadata. So we'll just iterate through metadata of an item, and we'll just check if trade item dot state and that specific index, they are not equal, then we return false. And if if everything matches, then we know we can return true. So we just use the check item method here. And here we also have to iterate through trade items to check. And we'll maybe just call it trade item. So we compare these items, and if they match, we can remove the trade items to check. And maybe it's good to return the list of these items that are found, so we can remove them later. We call it found items. We just have to, because it's an out parameter, we have to declare it here. I mean, initialize it. So list. Well, but this way is better. And we'll just, well, this should be saying actually remove. You have to again make a list here, because otherwise if we try to remove from the list, that would break if there was an item found, because it couldn't remove from the list that's being iterated. So I'm just gonna make another copy of that list, or I could just use a for statement. Maybe that's best. So I'll just use for integer trade item index in trade items to check. Actually, trade item index is smaller than, yeah, like this. We'll just get a trade item from that index. Then we'll check that item. And if it's found, then we just remove it and we break from that for loop. So I'm gonna remove remove that and just provide an index, trade item index. That's important. Not the index of item in inventory, but actually index of our items to remove, items to check. And at the same time, we're gonna add the found items. We're gonna add this item jar. And we need item jar because we need to know the item jar contains information about a position of that item in a specific page. I'm not sure if it contains page information, because that's important too. Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't, but we'll see about that maybe. Maybe we'll remove another way, because I also have to check how the equipment works. So let's see that now maybe. Oh, wait. So check item is good here. Okay. So we're gonna check equipment. Check if primary. Well, I need to check how do we know what item. Where is this item which I have in hands stored? Well, it looks like it's equipment send slot using set to 0, but this is actually to remove models of items from player body. So maybe, so probably the page 0 and page 1 is the equipment, so we don't need equipment. We only need equipment if player actually puts something on trade from equipment. We have to then remember to update the model to, like, because if we remove that item without updating sending the send slot to 0, then if we remove that item from here using the plugin, it would still be visible on player here. So this is why we're gonna need the equipment for, not for this one. We're gonna need one for remove method that will remove an item. So this is gonna return true if trade items to check is empty. Oh, so let's just say like this. So now we can let's just use it. First we'll call this found receiver found sender items equals new list. No, never mind. This is out parameter, not a ref parameter. So if we just say so if for some reason this is false, because the player, the sender, this is false, we want to cancel the trade and send a message to both players that the trade was cancelled because sender didn't have an item. So for now we'll just say one message to sender, trade, and we'll say the trade ID here was cancelled because I have to provide a sender CSTM ID here because you don't have trade ID of a trade. Maybe we could say with whom is this trade. So trade offer, sender and receiver name. Well, this is all just daemon for now, so I mean we cannot not translations like I said many times. So maybe just trade ID for now. One or more items. And so we'll send a similar message to receiver. Because we'll say the sender name here. Or something like this for now. And then we have to do exactly the same thing for receiver, but before we do that we also need to add a new cancel trade method. So we're gonna add it to plugin instance. So going back to our trade plugin class, I'm gonna put it next to the add trade offer. So this will be called cancel trade offer, which will cancel the coroutine and remove it from, or maybe just we can use the same method for also, well, just for removing trade offer, right? So it doesn't have to be called cancel. We'll use it if the trade is successful as well, because then we want to just remove the trade. So remove trade offer. We'll ask for trade offer instance. And it will remove the trade offer, but before removing it, it will also stop the coroutine. And maybe it will do that only if the trade offer is actually in the trade offers list. Or I guess this doesn't matter because it won't be there. I mean, it must be there, because otherwise the player wouldn't be able to call this, because he wouldn't return that trade from get trade by ID. So we just say plugin instance, remove trade offer, and automatically that trade offer is cancelled. And we say the message to both players here. And we'll add another one for the sender, for receiver. So we'll check the receiver items. Found receiver items. And we'll just have to rotate the Steam IDs here. And it's going to be probably the same message. Yeah. It even should be the same message. But in case both traders have the items, then we want to complete the trade. So we already got the found sender items. So we should be able to now remove that items from player inventories. So let's start with that. So player inventory remove. So we've got remove items. So we need to know the page and index of each item. So item jar doesn't actually have this information. So then instead of returning a list of found items here, which is being an item jar list, I'm gonna create a new object that will be called found item. And it will only have two properties. One will be page and another will be index. And I'll just replace item jar with this found item. And instead of adding item jar here, it will just it will just put the, we will have to create a new instance of that found item. And it will set the page to page and the index to index. So we don't have to iterate through this again and search for that item, because we already have all we need to remove that items from player inventory. So let's update this too. And let's just call remove items for both users. So for each found item in found sender items, we want to remove them from sender. So trade offer, sender, inventory, remove item, found item dot page, found item, index. And we'll do exactly the same for receiver. So now we removed items from both from both users. And immediately we're gonna now add those trade items to the right player. So the sender will receive the receiver items, and receiver will receive the sender items. So for each trade item now, trade offer receiver items, we'll use trade offer sender, and we have to give him an item and make sure it's given to him. So we'll use force add item, which in case this item is not, if in case we can't add this item to player inventory because it's full, for example, it would just drop it on the ground. But then maybe we would just want to say, tell him that it was dropped on the ground, so he doesn't forget about it. Maybe, or maybe not, because it will still play an effect. He should check. So he'll check his inventory, he will see that it's right next to him in the nearby items. Or maybe we'll just add this message later, but we don't need it for now. So I just need to get an SDG unturned item. So again, I will use item, get item. I will force add that item. I will enable auto to true. This will automatically equip an item if it's given to the player in the primary slot, I believe. And the play effect is that the player will hear the sound of an item being dropped or given to him. So I think this is important too. Okay. So this will give all the items the receiver offered to the sender. And now we have to do the same for sender items and the receiver. So we iterate sender items and we just use trade offer receiver inventory force add item. Well, basically the same thing. So now both players have the items. They have been replaced. And we can now write some success message. So maybe we just like to know how many items did the player get. So just say unturned chat say, and we'll say to trade offer sender as well as receiver later, trade offer ID completed, you received, and this will say the number of items they received. So the sender received receiver items, so this should say receiver items count. The same thing should go for receiver. Well, let me just copy this. But instead it will say sender items count. And the last thing we have to do is we have to make sure to remove the trade now. Once it's finished, we just say remove trade offer. And that should be all for the confirm command. Let's give it a try now. Let me try to accept this one. It gets to this point here. But for some reason... Oh, it works. Wait, what did I do wrong then? I must have mistyped the IDs then. But we got a problem because it's for some reason I get more bandages than I have. And I know why. Because I offered 2 bandages. And well, to found items I just added 2 same bandages. So we have to make sure that the item that is found is not added twice. So in that trade confirm command, I'll just add another check here. Before checking if item is the same, I have to check if this item is not already in the found items list. So if found items exists, and I'll see if the index of that item and page already exists, then I want to continue because this item is already in the found items. Always keep looking and checking. That should fix that problem. Let me run the trade again because I'm surprised it actually worked now and it didn't before. So let me send myself another trade. So wait, if it's a trade, 79 just expired, but there was another trade earlier. 86 also expired. Okay, never mind, they all expired except 88, which I completed successfully. So trade send, MCrow. This time I'm gonna put 1 bandage. Close. Okay, and now I will counter offer with Maple Strike. Now I'll try to confirm. Trade not found. Wait, I know exactly what it is. Oh, it's saying M25, but I actually didn't replace the ID in translation, so that's the problem. So this is actually hard-coded. Wait. Confirm using. So this is a message from accept. And so in the trade box component there is a, yeah, exactly, it says M25, that's why it's not found. Oh, come on. So it should at least say the right ID on the trade offer. So okay, so it was trade offer 42, so let me try to accept that. Trade accept, confirm. M42. And as you can see, I received Maple Strike and I received my bandage. It also took my bandage first and then it gave it to me back because I sent the trade offer to myself. Of course, in production, it won't be possible to send trade offers to yourself. So we're gonna block this. But first I want to finish this plugin and then I will test it with one friend and we'll just disable the ability to send trade offer to yourself. But what we got so far, we can actually commit to GitHub. So I can tell that this is a @trade confirm command. This is actually already working pretty well. So we already got 3 commands, I believe, or actually 4. Let me pin this. So we have trade accept, which is used by the receiver. We got trade send, trade inspect, and trade confirm. So these require trade ID. So what we need now is trade cancel, which will do the same thing as trade reject. So which also require the trade ID. So the player can cancel his trade offer, and other player can reject it. And then there is also, so both players can actually cancel it at any time. And it can only be rejected when, maybe we don't need to reject for now, we just say cancel. Both players can use it, so it can cancel the trade anytime. And we also maybe need a list of trades so they can check what trade they got. So trade list, I guess. And this will return a list like ID of a trade, so M25. This will tell MCrow, and then it will say expires in, and it can say the amount of seconds. So if they will just know if it's just 10 seconds left, it's not worth replying to this trade. And they can just check if it's gonna expire when it expires. Well, it's just, I think it's gonna be useful. So this will make a list like this, and I guess I can just sort. Yeah, so it will just list all the trades that the current player received. So we need to add these 2 commands. And what else will be left? Well, I think that will be all. We're just gonna have to make proper translations then, and the plugin is ready. So I will just upload it to my website and start selling. And of course we have to test everything with another player. So I will just call my friend once we finish these commands. Then we'll do some proper testing. Then I'll do some proper translations, or maybe I'll do the translations before calling my friend. Probably I will. So I'm gonna take a little break now and get back to you. Okay, so it's time to finish our plugin. So I said we have to add these 2 commands. So I will work on it now. And I will start with cancel, because that's obviously very easy. You just have to add a new parser class. Call it cancel. And copy the method from accept, for example. Because once again, you just have to validate find this trade ID, and if it's found, we just have to cancel it. So we already made a method for that, which is plugin instance remove trade offer. This will remove trade offer. It won't be able to be confirmed or anything. We don't have to return any items to the players either because we didn't take them yet. It only takes the items when the other player when the sender confirms the trade. So this is absolutely safe to remove the trade at this stage. And we can just send a message to both players that this trade was cancelled. So I will use Unturned's chats for that. And first I will provide a... Well, first we gotta say to the user that you canceled the trade, right? Or maybe we just display the same message to both of them. Let me think about it. Well, the message would be something like... Unturned chat, say... Trade offer sender, system ID. Well, and for example, trade, and we say the ID of a trade offer ID was cancelled by, well, and we'll say the player name, so the color of the command, and we'll send the same message. Well, maybe we just send a message like you canceled the trade ID of that ID. So okay, so string message. Never mind. So if player equals trade offer sender, then we'll say it like this. Else we know that he's not a sender but a receiver, so we can just say obviously the same thing will be set to the player that's calling the command, and only will send a different message to the other player. Well, maybe not even a different message, but actually we just use a different Steam ID because we need to get the other player Steam ID. So maybe, did I already make a method for that? Get other player name. I already made that for player name, but let's make another one for get other player Steam ID. This will return if player equals sender, it will return receiver Steam ID. Otherwise, it will return sender Steam ID. So other player Steam ID will be equal to trade offer get other player Steam ID, providing the calling player of the command, so this will be player.player, and we'll just send this message to other player Steam ID. So he will be just notified that the trade was cancelled by the other player. And we have to rename it to cancel, of course. And we'll just use it now. So else if rx0 is equal to cancel. Perhaps we should also add at least to lowercase the string. so it's case insensitive. So cancel, this will be cancel. Okay, and let's quickly make another one for the list. Trade command list partial and we won't copy anything because this time it won't, we don't have to provide a, I mean the player doesn't have to provide the ID of a trade, so the only parameter in that method will be player name, or I mean just a player, unturned player instance, and this will be private void list. Let me just make sure it's recording. It is. Well, I can see the red bullet here. The problem is that it's recording. I just want to make sure always. So unturned player will be a parameter here, and we'll just have to get an all trait of the player. So we should add just a method here. It will be trade offer enumerable get player trade offers, or just get player trades, whatever. And this will just ask for a player, and we'll return trade offers of that player. So this will be final, and it should return well, if sender equals player or receiver equals player, then it should return the list of those trade offers. So we'll just use this method now. And we can just add extra message if there isn't any trade offer, and simply say to user that you don't have any trade offers. You don't have any trade offers. And then there will be then we have to list all these trade offers. So we now send each of them in a separate message. So for each trade offer in trade offers, we'll just say, then chat say player and we just have to format a message. So I said that it should display at the time it expires in. Well, this will require us we'll have to add something to the trade offer then, because it doesn't have any information about the time the trade offer was sent or not. So we don't know when exactly it's gonna end. So we will have to add, at the same time we're adding the expire coroutine. So here, as well as restart. So here, we're gonna have to say the expiry date. So the expiry date will be set and it will be expiry date. So every time we assign this, we must also set trade offer expiry date equal to, well, datetime now, and also well, or to make it more accurate, maybe we should do it one different way, different approach. So we call it expire seconds. And here we'll just make a while loop. So expire seconds. So while expire seconds is greater than 0, we're gonna use here to return new wait for seconds, and instead of providing a full expiry time here, we'll just say 1 second, right? So every second we'll update this. So every second we'll just subtract 1 second from that expiry seconds. So we don't have to restart the coroutine anymore when restarting the expired trade offer. We'll just need to, this will be the same coroutine, and instead of stopping it, we'll just reset the expire seconds value to configuration value, which will be trade expiry time. So we don't need that anymore. We don't have to do anything else, just set the expiry seconds. This is completely safe. Only here we just have to, before sending the trade, starting the coroutine, we just have to set the expiry seconds to the value from configuration. So that will be trade expiry time. So this will continue for as many seconds as this is specified here in expiry seconds. So now we can use that expiry seconds to display them in the list. So we just, well, first thing we need is gonna be a get other player name, because we want to display that name here. So trade offer, I just call it trade offer. Oh, what is it? Some copilot. Well, usually mean that. Trade offer, get other player name, passing the calling player. So the other player name we already got. Next we need the second time, which will be, which we might want to format. Or maybe not. Well, when we're gonna add translations, I'm gonna make sure it just displays it properly. But I think this is fine, because it should be never greater value than 10 or 5 or 10 minutes. And I guess it's fine if it displays 600 seconds to user. They can read it. Everybody knows 300 is 5 minutes, so this should be fine. So just, let us say seconds equal to trade offer expire seconds. And we'll order, actually we should order this by probably expiry time, right? So the highest expiry time goes first, or should it go last in the list? Or perhaps it should just be the default order of how it's added in the list. So it will be the latest trade will go last in the list, which is actually good because it will be at the bottom of the list, most readable. Well, let's leave it like default for now, and just update the message to say we need also an ID of a trade, so string trade ID, trade offer ID. So trade offer ID, so trade ID, then dash auto player name, and in the, let's say, expires in, and the amount of seconds, like this. And this will list all of the trades currently active. And I guess we can try that. So we're gonna check the cancel command, send command, and we're gonna make sure I guess that's it. Let me check what else do we change. Well, the lowercase should work now. I mean, it should be case insensitive now. Oh, I forgot to add a list. So this is, so I have to add a list to that trade command, so it actually calls the list method we made. Let me look into the solution explorer. Add another else if and say if argument 0 is equal to list, then we wanna run the list method, passing the player. Okay, and later we're gonna muscle make, when we're gonna be adding translations, we'll just write some send helper command that says, like for now we'll say just invalid usage and list all the sub commands, so that will be trade, send, inspect, accept, confirm, cancel, or list. So this is a pretty rich command. Alright, so let's try list and cancel. So I'm gonna shut down the server. Replace the plugin file. Restart the server again. And let's start with, well, I first have to, let's try the trade list. You don't have any trade offers, that's right. So let's send one. Send MCrow. Oh, we don't have anything to give, so wait. Let's spawn in Maple Strike as always. And send it again. Trade offer M97. Let's see if it's on the list. Yeah, it's on the list. It expires in 150 seconds. You can see it updates every second. Very nice. So let's now try to cancel this trade. Trade M297 was cancelled by MCrow. Let's see if I can list it now. No, I don't have it. Alright. Well, it looks very good to me. So we're gonna add translations now. We're gonna polish everything, I mean, prepare everything for the release, like maybe even write readme, or we'll write readme after we test it with Fenyaxz. So we'll just add translations now, and I'll call him later. So let's go back to the plugin and start adding translations. Maybe we'll do a little cleanup to our trade plugin class. as well as I believe we had some lot of logic in trade confirm. So I might just clean it up a little bit. Which actually this one is fine, I guess. But I need to clean up the trade plugin class. So I'm gonna just add partial classes. So we're gonna keep the solution explorer on the right. And I just add another partial class. Trade plugin. And the first one will be for events. So we only get one event, so it will be pretty small. We'll just copy this unpair disconnected event. Put it right here. Next we'll have to move all this trade offers logic to a separate file. So actually all of these methods I want to just move to separate files. So here I'll only have load method, unload method, and translation. So let me just make this plugin, this class partial. And I'll create another one. Let's call it just trade plugin dot trade offers. And we'll move all the logic there. Just have to say that we're using Unity random, so we don't need system here, I guess. We just have to, yeah, we don't need this. Never mind, we need it for string comparison, so I'm just gonna have to say use random equals Unity engine random class. Then just add a system using, this will work. So, okay, so I can remove unnecessary usings from here. I just press Ctrl, then press R and G right after pressing R. It removes the unnecessary usings from the file and sorts the usings by alphabet order. So it's pretty nice. So we just had translations here now. Well, let me check if the project builds successfully. So we can add translations, actual default translations. We'll start adding them in a moment. We just finish the cleanup. Because what else we have to clean up here? Let me see. This looks good. So we got these partial classes. Let me check the configuration file. It's also good. Trade-offer is perfect. I can remove this comment. Trade item looks good. Found item looks good. The component, well, so far so good, but we're gonna replace the messages and other stuff. So let's just do that maybe. So wait, let's start with the reply from this message when there is no where the user doesn't provide any information. So when he just writes /trade, or obviously if he just for example writes like this, it will return this message. So if he by mistake writes, instead of confirm, he writes confirm with a letter N, for example, it will just show that message to him. So it has to be something that tells user how to use the given command. So perhaps invalid user is a good one. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 subcommands, so we can't really make a list of them, like in the whole chat, like each one line for each command, explaining exactly what it does, which wouldn't make much sense anyways, because users don't check that. It's more important that we write the command names in the messages to the users. So I'll just keep it like this. Let me just add a translation for it. So this will be trade command value to use it. Let's call it like that. And just copy this. Oh, and we also want to add support for message color. So I forgot about it. We have to add it to configuration. I always add it at the top. Set a message color by default to yellow. I'm gonna set it here so I don't have to override my file. And I'll just put it here too. This will set a message color. We could have a message icon as well. But at this point it will be good. What I like to do in my plugins when they have many messages, I think this one is going to have quite a lot of them. So I like to add, let me show you. One of my plugins, for example, Battle Pass. I believe it has that. But it's well, it's not public, but as you can see, I get a messages partial class in the plugin instance, and that has multiple methods to send messages to players. So I'm just gonna copy that right now. Oh, it also has a support for rich text tags, so it's gonna replace double square brackets with rich text tags like this. So I'm gonna add that to. So I'm gonna create another partial class. Paste it here. I don't need to use the thread helper. It's basically was just making sure that the message is sent from the game thread. Otherwise, this method would throw exception. And I needed that because in the battle pass I sometimes use a non-game thread, for example, for MySQL calls. But this plugin doesn't have any async calls, so it doesn't need that. So I'll just use that, and probably it's a good idea to include a message icon too. So let's add that. So there will be message icon, and we'll just use some, probably my logo. That's the default icon. Let me see if I have that. Nope. So let me upload it. This one. Okay. I'll put it here and here as well. So now the user can set a message icon as well as color. So I'm just gonna rename it to message icon URL. And now I have to add it here, both message icon and color. So message icon URL and Unity engine dot color as message color. And in the lower method of plugin, we'll just set it to message color will be set to, well, there's a unturned chat method to get a color name from name, to get a color from name. So I just have to provide configuration.instance.message color here, and the fallback color will be green. So in case user enters a message column that doesn't exist, for example, invalid hex, I believe this will just default to green. And we'll just set a message icon URL from here as well. So, like this. Now this is working properly. Let me just add a logger. So this is just making, if it's supposed to be sent to the console, I'm just sending it to the console using the logger log method. But I don't think this plugin is only for the player, so it doesn't matter so much. I just keep it anyways because it doesn't matter really. I can just copy and paste this. So now we got message icon, message color, and we're gonna start using the plugin instance.send a message to player method that I just added. So here, instead of using unturned chat say, we're just gonna use plugin instance send message to player, and I don't have to provide the message color or message icon anymore because or specifying that the message should be rich text or anything. I'll just say player. So the player has to be Rocket player or CSTMID, or actually it's a player here, but I'm gonna have to add support for CSTMID as well because I use that. I think maybe we won't need the CSTMID. We'll see. So in this case we'll just use player. The translation key will be what we already added, so trade command invalid usage. We can just get rid of this now. It doesn't have any placeholder parameters, so this is it. So this is a translated message we have. So let's add the rest of them. So let's start with send. And obviously we got message command target player not found. So we'll just say send message to player, and we'll say trade command player not found. And we might want to say what did the user specify as the player name. So we're just gonna use target player name exactly as the user specified. As a placeholder, then we can just use it here. Player, the value the user specified, not found. So he'll just know if he made a mistake, he's gonna see that mistake and won't say the plugin is broken. Next there is, let me remove that first. Oh, actually I just got it wrong. This should be a message here. But here it should say that you must provide a target player. So actually when the user doesn't provide a target player name, then we say a different message to him. So he knows that he must provide a target player. So we'll just call the translation key trade command player not specified. You must provide the player. No, or just maybe more user-friendly will be you must enter player name. Oh no, just hold this like this, okay. Just use that here now. All right. So next there is a tradebox component, but maybe we'll do that later. We'll go with cancel now. So this is gonna be trade ID. So it will be similar to these messages, only it will say trade ID instead of player. Maybe I just copy it and replace player with trade ID. Place all. And just fix that. You must enter trade ID. Trade with the specified ID or maybe just like this. I'm not the best at it. Perhaps this doesn't have to be trade ID here. Well, it doesn't matter, but okay, I'm just gonna stop talking now and just continue adding translations, so it will be quicker. And I thought maybe for announcements we'll just use some format like I use here, that it always will show the trade ID at the beginning of the message in the square brackets, so the user will know what the trade is right away. So all the trade announcements I will move like separate place. I mean, not in a separate place, but they will be after the trade command translation. So this will be like, for example, trade cancelled, and it will say trade ID, or maybe just ID with trade. Doesn't have to say trade twice, because in each of these cases I just said trade multiple times, which is unnecessary. So we just let's put it as ID here. Trade was cancelled by end player name. So this will be an announcement to add a player. So we don't have to use CSTMID actually, because we can just get other player instance. this. Next there's confirm, we just copy this. This logic is the same. Well, anyways, we'll see, maybe it will be fine. Okay, so let me open the file I had all the messages prepared for. So I wanted to have all these prefixes to each command, each translation. I think I already added one, yeah. So trade was cancelled by. So I'm gonna finish adding translations without many comments, and I'll get back to you when it's finished. Just really quick, I will say just that maybe I'll add another list here that will say which items weren't checked. So trade items to check will be out parameter. so I can access it later to tell which items have not been found in the user inventory. So I can take the first item from the list and just tell the player that this item was not found or doesn't match the exact description it had when you offered it. So I'll just have to edit this to be out parameter, like this. And now I can use it here. And I'll just call it trade item not found sender items. And I also add it here. Receiver items. Let me undock it. And now I can just get the first item from that list. So I know that this returns true only if there is no items. So if it returns false, it means there will be at least one item. So I can just get this item from here. So I just say trade item and just trade item like this. And now I'm just gonna get the trade item name, which I don't have, but I can use I can just find an asset of this item. So I can use find assets find and providing the asset type item and ID being trade item.id, I'll get an asset. So I can just say item asset is equal to assets find, and I just have to cast it to item asset, which I know it will be item because I specify asset type here. If I specify a vehicle, then I will have to use vehicle asset. I couldn't use item asset, but this is item, so item asset would work. And then this asset has a property called item name, so which I will just use in a message. So the message will be something like trade item not found, I guess. And this will just say trade, well, ID of trade will be here, and it will say trade was cancelled because, and this will be the player name, no longer has, for example, Maple Strike in their inventory. And now there's a problem because it will also say that if the Maple Strike, for example, doesn't have as many bullets in their magazine as it had when they offered it, so maybe it would be a good idea to write some info about it. But the message is already pretty long, so I don't know. What should it say exactly? Trade was cancelled because MCrow no longer has Maple Strike in their inventory. Has Maple Strike they offered? Maybe that will be better. Okay, so this will be the message to the other player, but we need a message to the player who, like to you. You even have to mention his name if we took into him. So trade item not found you. So again, this will be square brackets ID. Trade was cancelled because you no longer have Maple Strike you offered in your inventory. So now we'll just use it twice. Once here, so I instance send message to player. We can just use trade offer sender. Well, and we just use this. But actually this message will be sent to receiver, so this will be trade item not found you. Because we're talking to sender, which doesn't have this item anymore. First parameter will be trade offer ID. Then it's trade offer, well, sorry, it's asset item name. And same here for the receiver. Well, Copilot suggests that we call this method other, so maybe it's a good idea. And I'll actually move it after you, so like this will be more clean. So trade offer ID, sender name, and item name. It's perfect. So now the same thing for receiver. If receiver doesn't have an item, so probably Copilot will help us here. Yeah. So this will be the same, and here we just have to rotate sender with receivers. So I believe it got it right. Let me check. Oh no, it didn't. It didn't get it right. So we'll fix it. But at least it got a right name here. Receiver name, okay. So we got this right now. So this is good. And finally we send a message that it was completed successfully. So we'll just say, I believe the same message for both players, so just well, and I think we'll just use the prefix here with the trade ID. So trade completed and you received, and this will be the amount of items from and the player name. So you might just use X here, so it says trade completed, you received 3 items, oh we forgot about items, 3 items from for example Ivan. So this will be trade succeeded. Or actually completed. What's yeah. Trade completed. You received 3 items from Ivan. Sounds good. So now let me update. Let me just use it now. Trade offer sender and just trade offer ID. Then amount of items. So trade offer receiver items count, and then the receiver name, because we're sending this message to sender, and the same message for the receiver. Okay. Okay, that's good. So we got the trade confirm command all updated now. So let's continue with the next one. It's inspect. So again, it has a trade ID parameter, so we can copy it from, for example, the trade confirm command. So I'll just get it from here. Like this. Then we need to add another translation for when the other player didn't offer his items for the trade yet. So you don't have, you can check it. So we just say trade command inspect, and we'll say something like player name didn't send their offer yet. And this will just mean that the other player didn't respond to the trade, which will always be a receiver. So trade command inspect, how do we call it? No offer, for example. So we'll simply just say that. And we don't have to add any success message for this, because it will just open the trade box for the player if it's successful. Alright, so the next one is list. So we have to add another one. So you don't have any trade offers. So that will be trade command list empty. You don't have any active trade offers. But if there are more than one, we just want to list them. More than 0 actually. But you should see at the top how many trades you have. So maybe something like trade list, trade command list, header, which will say you have, and this will be the amount of trades. So for example, 2 active trade offers. So this will be the first message. And we'll just pass trade offers count here. And then we'll add a trade command list item, which will be each trade item. So the trade ID first, then dash, and then will be the player name, and expires in and the amount of seconds left for this trade. Okay, looks good. And the last one will be sent, which he already handles, so it's perfect. But we also have some messages in TradeBox components, so let's see that now. Oh. So let me remove this log now. So I'm removing the log we had every time somebody opened the TradeBox. And we'll just update messages here. So the first one is So we'll just add two messages here. Trade send you, or send, and this will be start with ID of a trade. Trade send to, and this will be the name of the player. Trade was sent to your trade offer and the player name. Then the other player must receive this. So maybe I don't have to say you here. Just trade sent and the other player has trade received. You received trade offer from and the player name. And maybe we'll just add the amount of items that the other player offered. Info here. So your trade offer with amount of items was sent to, you have to update the placeholder here to number 2. And the other player will have, let me just zoom in. Add a message saying you received trade offer with same thing, amount of items. So, and updated placeholder here. Okay. And maybe we'll just tell the player what commands he should use to reply to that trade. And I'm not sure this will work if we reuse the placeholder 0 here, but I believe it should. I'm just not sure. So this will be the ID of a trade used twice in the message. So use trade and we'll suggest some commands to him like inspect or accept or and we said cancel, so you can cancel this trade from other player immediately. And maybe instead of use, just we'll say respond with. This will look better maybe. It's a pretty long message, but at least it's also helpful. And well, the biggest problem with these tags in translations is that XML doesn't serialize them, so they're converted to some code that doesn't look very good in translations, but in the end it just this character, so it will display the right character on the chat. It will display like this on the chat, but in translations it will look pretty bad. So, but it's not a big deal. Okay, so let me use this now. This needs ID, items count, and the receiver name. So the items count will just declare a variable here, items count, which will be equal to trade offer sender items count. And just to be clear here, maybe we'll just say trade offer sender here, which is the same player because obviously we just created this trade offer with sender being the player, so it will return the same object, just more readable, I believe. And the other message was to the receiver, which I think Copilot suggests well. Yeah, it should be good. So this is the same translation, same parameters. I mean, it's a different translation, it's trade received. Okay, so I'm not gonna need item names or target Steam ID anymore. So I can remove that and I can get rid of these two messages too. So let me double check. Yeah, so I forgot to say like this. So we'll say the amount of items that were sent. Okay. And the last thing is this, and also, of course, the accept command. So this will say you must put at least one item in trade box. So this is like a helpful command, so I just add it here maybe. Because the trade ID still doesn't exist at the moment when, because if he doesn't put any item, we don't create a trade offer, as you remember. So this will be trade box, not enough items. Or no, just trade box empty sounds for. You must put at least one item in the trade box. And this will be the same message for person who tries to accept the command, accept the trade. So then we just go to trade box for the receiver who accepts the trade. So you send your offer for trade ID to send the name. So we'll just add another one here. Trade accepted you. So you send a reply to the trade. You send your offer as a receiver. So this will be the player name. Sorry, this is for the other one. So here, submitted their offer. So this will say basically and it will say the amount of items they offered. So when the receiver responds to a trade, puts some items in this trade box after using the trade accept command. This will send a message to the sender that the other player sent their offer for the items they first offered. So then he can confirm or cancel. So MCrow submitted the offer with 3 items, for example. Just add X here. And the other message is to the player who accepted this trade. So your offer was sent to your offer with this will be the amount of items was sent to, and this will be the player name, the other player name, so the sender. So also after accepted, here we just want to tell the player to respond with trade inspect, confirm, or cancel. And trade ID, obviously. So we'll now update the messages here. So we're gonna need items count again, which will be receiver items in this case. We're not gonna need sender Steam ID. We'll just say and this is not what I wanted. So this is a message to the receiver. So your offer with, maybe we'll mention this is a trade offer. Your trade offer, okay. So your trade offer with amount of items, so it will be items count next, and then what will be sender. Okay, so we got it right with parameters. So the other one is to the sender, and this one needs to be ID, receiver name, yeah, and then item count. That's good. So I can just remove this now. And then there's a message if the trade offer does not exist after he closed the trade box. So it still existed when he opened the trade box, but he didn't reply to it. He didn't close it on time. So the trade offer was actually invalid. Dated. Because it probably expired, or the other player canceled it, but I believe the better message will be that the trade offer expired, even if the other player canceled it, so. Maybe. Well. Trade invalid. So trade, I leave a trade, it's no longer valid. Okay, so maybe this is better than saying that the trade expired, because it could have been cancelled by the other part too, so this will be a truer message. And maybe we'll just say trade ID to, and the other part name, so trade ID whatever to whatever player is no longer valid. So this should be good. Okay, so I think we got whole trade box component covered with translated messages. I believe that's all. Let me just make sure with Unturned chat. We use it anywhere else. Okay, so it's still, we have to do the accept and in the events. Okay, that's good. It's good I checked. So trade offer accept. Here we must ask them to provide trade offer ID so we can copy it. Oops. Okay, then we have to check if there are a receiver, because only receiver can respond to a trade with trade accept. And that will be a similar message to confirm. So this says only sender, but for accept it will say only receiver. So trade command, oops, I missed one, curly brace. Okay. This will say accept only receiver. So only player name can accept this trade. Let me just use this now. And provide the trade offer receiver name as a parameter. and the other one is already submitted. So git command accept already. You already submitted your offer for this trade without any parameter. Because the user obviously will know the ID of the trade because he used that ID in the command parameters, so you don't have to mention it. Okay, this should be good. And that's it for this one. Where else did I have unturned chat still in use? So the message call obviously will stay, but there's events. So the message sent to the player when the other player disconnected. Plugin instance. Oh, I don't have to mention plugin instance here because it is a plugin instance. So just send a message to player, calls directly, and this will take the trade offer receiver, send to receiver. But let me just make the message for it first. So I thought I'd just call it like this. So again, idea of a trade. So trade cancel disconnect. So the trade was obviously cancelled because the other player disconnected. So trade was cancelled because, and the player name disconnected from the server. Just make it clear. And it will be the same message both for sender and receiver, just a different parameters. So to the receiver we'll just say the sender disconnected, sender name disconnected. So for the sender we'll just say that the receiver disconnected. And their name. Okay, perfect. So one more place, I believe. Yes, so when the trade expires. So we finally add the trade expired message. And we'll simply just say that the trade expired. And maybe we'll mention the other player name. This. Then you have to rotate receiver with sender. And delete this one. Alright, so I think we have a fully translated plugin now. We'll just give it a quick try just to make sure that this will work, that I can use the same placeholder twice in a single message. Because I'm not sure. And then I just wanted to add one more thing. So maybe I'll do that now and test everything together. So I will add a max distance. So I want to let players to trade only if they are close enough with each other. So this will, for example, prevent people from trading while they're being raided. So they would just trade with their friend to send them items. Because they know they're getting raided, so they're gonna lose all these items. So they just send it to their player who's safe somewhere else on the map. So I believe this is an important issue. So I'll just add max distance, and we'll just check this max distance when the player will try to confirm the trade to finalize it. So the default value will be, well, maybe by default it will be disabled. So by default the player doesn't have to be in range of that other player. And so, but I will set it to 50 to load for my config when I'll be testing it. So this will be the default value for everyone who generates a new configuration, but this will override my config with the value of 50 because I don't have this max distance in my config yet. So, and another one, another option, my friend suggested that I should add an option to like allow only in safe zone, which is useful for the maps with safe zone. So obviously players can trade only when they are both in safe zone. So I'll just add a bool flag only in the safe zone, which also will be disabled by default. And even in my configuration, I'll just disable it first because I'm just gonna test it later. I'm gonna have to load a map, for example, Russia, which has a safe zone. And then I'll be able to test it properly. I will also need my friend to test the max distance, because obviously when I be testing it with myself, the distance is always 0 because I'm in the same position as other me. So let me just implement these two configuration options now. And both of them will go to the confirm command. This will be another check. So it won't actually cancel the trade if the players are not close enough. It will just tell them that they're not close enough to finalize the trade. So it will say well, we'll just measure the distance. So, but first we'll make a check, because if max distance is set to -1, then it means it's disabled, and we don't want to check this. And maybe I'll change it to float in case somebody wanted something like 10.5, for example. But for now, configuration. So if it's not equal -1, then I want to check the distance. So distance will be vector3 distance. And I'll just measure the distance between trade offer sender and trade offer receiver. And maybe I'll just declare two variables here. Sender position equal to trade offer sender transform position. And I just have to change this to use unity vector, not system numerics. I'm going to have to add using for Unity engine. Now it works. And the other position will be receiver position. And then I'll just measure the distance between them. Fix the typo. Okay, and if that distance is greater than max distance, then I want to say exactly. I want to say that they're too far. So it will simply just say, and maybe I'll even pass the. Yeah, it already suggested that, so that's perfect. Yeah. Maybe let me declare it as a variable here, so it's shorter. I have to repeat it. So max distance will be equal to configuration value. If it's not equal 1, then I'll measure the distance, and if that distance is greater than max distance, then it will display a message and cancel the confirmation, but it won't cancel the trade. And just because floats can be pretty ugly, so I'll just route it to I will not show decimal places, but it will show the 1000 separator in case the distance is more than 1000, which I don't think will be a case on any server. So let me just add a message. Trade command too far. It will simply just say other player name is too far to finalize the trade. Max distance is the other value, and we'll just say m as meters. So max distance is 10 meters, for example. But in our case it will be 50 because I set the default value to 50, I believe, yeah. Okay, and the other one is we want to make sure if the player is in safe zone. Not sure how to check that. So let me just check what is the safe zone manager. Checkpoint value, what is it? Let's see, maybe this returns true if it's inside of a trade, inside of a safe zone, and I think it is. So I'll just use that, and then we'll just test. So safe zone manager checkpoint valid will return true if the player is in safe zone. So in case the flag is enabled in configuration, so trade only in safe zone is enabled to true. Then we check if the player is in safe zone. So safe zone manager checkpoint valid. The position will be the position of both players. So I have to check both players' positions again, so I'll just copy this. Here just use center position. So if I am not in the safe zone, it will just say that you are not in the safe zone. But if the other player is not in the safe zone, it will say that this other player is not in the safe zone. So plugin instance. Yes, so actually we know that the sender has to be the player that confirms this, so we can just use trade command not in safe zone u, and the other one will be trade command not in safe zone other. And obviously this will be when this returns false. I'll just add it here. So the first message is we must be in safe zone to finalize the trade, and the other one is player name must be in safe zone to finalize the trade. Okay. So I believe we got everything now. And it's time to test our translations. And then I'll call my friend and we'll just test it together on the server. So let me just make a comment now. Even though I didn't test it yet, I just want to make a comment because I made quite a lot of messages and I don't want to lose this in case my PC crashed right now. I mean, it's still saved on disk, but if my disk crashed, it'd be gone. So I always just commit to GitHub. So it's at least in 2 places, in the GitHub cloud and my PC. Then I know it's safe. So I call it finish translations and add 2 configuration options. So now I will launch Unturned and my server and update the plugin there. Okay, I will just verify now the configuration and translations. They should have loaded here. The configuration will look like, yeah, it has an only in safe zone flag and it has a max distance parameter, so this is good. It was loaded successfully. And then there's our translations. This is what I said about the tags. If you use tags, they're just gonna be converted to something like this in XML. But in game they will look fine, so it's not a problem, really. Okay, so I'll join the server now, and I just use all the possible commands, and then if everything's alright, I just call my friend to join the server. Okay, so let's spawn in MapleStrike maybe. And, well, maybe something else than bandages this time, like maybe Timberwolf or Magas for MapleStrike. Trade send MCrow. Okay, now close. Okay, you received trade offer with 1 items from MCrow. Respond with /trade, inspect, accept, cancel, an ID of a trade. So I'll try trade inspect. Trade inspect M44. Okay, so he sent me MapleStrike. That's nice. So well, we cancel this trade. Let's try that. Okay, the trade was cancelled. Now if I use trade list, it will say you don't have any active trade offers. But if I send another trade, put MapleStrike again, trade inspect M20, can MapleStrike, now trade accept 20, and now respond with nothing. Oh, you must put at least 1 item in the trade box. Okay, so again, trade accept M20, I'm putting an item. MCrow submitted their trade offer with 1 item to respond with /trade, but it also sent a message to the receiver who just responded to trade, your trade offer with 1 item. Oh, and we missed item, but that's fine, we got it now. Your trade offer with 1 items, because it can be 1 or 2 or more, was sent to MCrow. MCrow submitted their trade offer with 1 items, respond with. So now I will confirm it. And as you can see, oh, it even replaced my guns in primary slot. So you can see it first cleared my items, and then it gave me Timberwolf first. So this worked pretty well. Trade list. Let's send another one just to see the trade list. Trade send MCrow. And put both guns now, because I'm not going to accept it anyways. So your trade offer with 2 items was sent to MCrow. We received trade offer with 2 items, looks good. Trade list. You have 1, and this is a typo, active instead of active. Where is it? Here. But other than that, it looks good. This works, so you can use the same placeholder multiple times in a message. I wasn't sure. So I guess this is ready. Just one more thing. I thought maybe it would be cool if this ID at the beginning would be read bold text. So I can simply just add that, because if you check the messages we copied from my other plugin, there's a message replace that replaces double square brackets with a single tag. So this looks better in XML. So for example, if I set it to double brackets B, which means stands for bold, did something like this, it will replace those with tags. And this bold style will be applied. So I'm thinking I'll just add this everywhere here. Or maybe it's better not to add anything if I have to add everything here. So maybe people will just customize their messages. That's fine. If they want to have bold, they can customize it always. Oh, and I get a trade with MCrow expired. That's fine. So it shouldn't be visible on the list anymore. Yeah. Let's just try a few commands without providing any parameters. So trade. So if I try trade cancel, it will say you must enter trade ID. If I try /trade send, it will tell me to enter the player name. And if I try trade accept M24, which doesn't exist, trade with ID M24 could not be found. So I guess this is all looking good. And one more idea I got is that when I send a trade offer, it would be cool actually if I couldn't put the same item twice, because this is confusing. And this trade will not be completed anyways because I don't have 4 of this. So maybe I'll just add another check to trade box that won't let put the item that already exists in the box into that box. So I'll just have to update patches, or not even patches, I have to just check here. So if add item, so if storage items and items again exists, let me just compare it with this, but I'm not sure, is it an item jar? Yeah, it's an item jar, so I have to compare if x.item is equal item, then we simply just return, because the item is already there. But we'll test it with the other player now, so I'll just pause the video now, try to get my friend to join the server and restart the video with him. Okay, I got Fenyaxz with me, so he's gonna help me test the plugin right now. So what I'm gonna do first, I will just update the plugin DLL on the server. So just gonna replace that, just have to restart the server. Let me shut it down first. Okay. And I'll start it now. Okay, hello Fenyaxz.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Well, welcome to the video. You're gonna welcome to the 6th hour of our video. Everyone who stayed here until this time is, well, I'd say they are.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it.
And they have to be pretty excited too, because we're finally testing the plugin with another player, so it's gonna be a true test now. So I'm gonna send you a server code.
Got it.
This is a server code.
I see.
The server is actually running on my PC, you know, so you're gonna connect to my PC, basically.
Oh, even so.
Yeah. So I'm waiting for you on the server. The password is, you know what is the password, right?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
It's pretty basic.
Yeah. Oh, let me just make sure I'm recording. I'll always just check OBS. Okay. It's recording. Oof. Alright, so...
Right, I'm on.
So let me give you an admin so we can have a permission. Okay. So spawning some items you're gonna use it for trading. I will spawn in something too. So I will offer you a maple strike. What do you have? Oh, you also have maple strike, so I will use something else. So I will offer you I guess rocket launcher with 2 rockets. So I'm gonna send you the trade now. You should get the message with instructions. So trade send Fenyaxz. And now I'm putting my items into the storage. Okay, and now I will close the storage and you're gonna receive this trade offer.
Yeah, okay, I see.
Okay, you got a message.
Trade, accept.
Well, first you have to check, right? First you should check what did you get, actually.
Oh, okay, trade inspect first.
Yeah, so does it work for you? Do you see the items I told you?
Yeah, but...
Oh, actually there's an error in console, so we get a first error.
You must enter trade ID first, but I don't know what is it.
Well, you don't know what is the ID. Well, look at it. Look on the chat. It says in the message what you should use as an ID. The M82 is an ID of our trade.
Well, it doesn't open me anything actually.
Yeah, because it's broken. I can see on the console, so...
Well.
So I'm gonna fix it right now. It didn't happen when I tested with myself. So you just have to give me a second.
I will.
Alright. Value cannot be null. So I'm gonna look into the trade inspect command. Because the error comes from here, get items method. So right here, just oh, I think I see now. So actually we should rotate this, because if the player who's asking to inspect the trade offer, we should show him the items that are from the other person. So I have to rotate this and it should work. Okay, I'm back. Well, a little more video editing for you. Guess you're fine with this.
Well.
Alright, so I'm gonna rebuild the plugin right now and we're gonna try it again, because I believe I fixed the issue. So the first issue should be fixed. Let me just shut down the server. Replace the plugin file and start the server again. And you should be able to join using the same server code I sent you.
Yeah, just tell me when.
Okay, it's starting up now. And it should be up now.
Okay, let's try. Yeah, okay, it is.
And I will send you the same trade offer again.
Ah,
So, rocket launcher and 2 rockets. Alright. Try
okay,
now.
I see. Yeah, okay, it works now. I can inspect what she sent.
Yeah, it's cool.
So now I should write trade accept, right? Or what?
Yeah, trade accept.
Oh.
And it should open the empty storage, right? Is it empty?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you have to drag and drop your items you wanna give me for that rocket launcher.
And close the window?
Yeah, and close the window.
Alright.
Okay, and now I received your trade offer response. So now I can use inspect myself. So slash trade inspect M31. And I can see you offered me only a single maple strike.
Yeah, I'm pretty poor to offer much more.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna take it. I'm gonna just cancel. Go away with that trade. Give me something better. Just spawn in something. Come on. I'm not gonna give you a rocket launcher for that shit.
Okay, okay. How about... Oh shit. Alright, let's...
I've been recording for 6 hours. I'm not gonna give rocket launcher for nothing. Come on.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, now you send me the trade.
Trade sent, alright. Sent and your nickname or what?
Yeah, my nickname.
Okay, how about this one?
Okay, let's see what item did you offer me. Inspect first. Shadow Stalker. For Shadow Stalker I can give you 1 rocket maybe.
Right.
So let me send it now. Accept. So I'm accepting the trade F13. F stands for the first letter of your name, by the way. And I'm gonna... Okay, that's fine. I'll give you 2 rockets.
Yoo-hoo!
Yeah, so... If you want, you can accept it now, or deny it.
One Shadow Stalker for 2 rockets. Okay, I got a rocket launcher at home, so I'll accept.
Alright, let's see.
Oh,
it
yeah,
ends
right.
with slash I, you know. Okay,
Never mind.
I got a rocket launcher. What about you?
I got 2 rockets there.
Okay, so we get back, because I still have 1 rocket. So I'm gonna have to fix that now. But other than that, it looks good, right? So I got Shadow Stalker. And now it's useless.
Yeah.
But I still got my rocket. So we actually, there's a pretty major bug, because we just made 3 rockets from the trade. Like, I got 1 rocket, dropped 2 rockets. Oh no, I didn't mean that. Okay, we got 3 rockets, yeah. But I had only spawned in 2. I only had 2 in my inventory, so let me fix that.
Some rocket.
Yeah. Imagine that on the server, people just spawning so many items.
Yeah, they will abuse it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
If they found it.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they will.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, you can, in the meantime, you can try one more thing. You can go like, there's a max distance between the players that can trade. So for example, we have to be 50 meters from each other to be able to trade. So you can send me an offer.
Let me take a rangefinder.
Oh, never mind. Maybe you know, we'll test it later, because we're gonna have to test everything again anyways. So okay, so just wait for me, because I have to respond to that trade anyways. It only like it checks if the distance is close enough only when using the trade confirm command. So okay, let me see. But it gave you 2 rockets, right?
Yeah, 2. And 1 rocket just appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah. Well, it seems like it just didn't remove it from my inventory, so the problem is with removing the items. So then it seems like... Okay, I see. It's quite easy, yeah. So obviously when I remove one item from inventory, then the index of the other item changes, because it was removed. So for example, if the first rocket had index of 1 and the second rocket had index of 2, if I removed first the rocket with the index of 1, then it will just change the index of the rocket with numbers index 2 to index to number 1. So if I then try to remove the rocket with index 2, it doesn't exist anymore because the index just moved, because the other rocket was removed. So in order to fix that, I just have to make sure to always delete the items by the highest index. Then the index aren't gonna shift like while removing them. So what I have to do is just, I believe this will be enough if I just order by index. So actually order by descending index. So we'll start with the highest index, go to the smallest one, and then it won't just shift the, well, it will still shift, but it won't shift the other item that is supposed to be removed. So we'll try that now. I'm just gonna rebuild the plugin, restart the server. Okay, so one more try. So I'll send you the trade this time. So I'm sending you, I'm giving you back the Shadow Stalker.
Let me inspect it. Yeah, but it's empty, man. That's not a good trade.
Well, how about 1 rocket for it then?
That sounds more interesting.
Yeah. So let's do it.
Do you want me to load the rocket into Shadow Stalker or what?
No, you just give me back my rocket so I can... So you will have your Shadow Stalker back without a magazine, but still worth a trade, I think. Come on.
Okay, how about this one?
Let's see. Oh, I'm taking it. All right. Okay, I got my items. What about you?
And I got my Shadow Stalker.
Nice.
Where's my rocket, you liar?
Yeah, well, I didn't give you a rocket, I give you Shadow Stalker. But I really enjoy this one. Okay, but just to make sure, we just have to try with the same items we used earlier, so let's again spawn a new Shadow Stalker. This is the same scenario, you know what I mean. Then we're absolutely sure that it's fixed now. So I will send you the trade. Or actually, it was you sending me the trade, so maybe send me the trade.
Alright.
Put a Shadow Stalker in it.
There you go.
Okay, trade accept. And I'm putting rocket launcher and 2 rockets. Okay.
Okay. Trade inspect. I see a rocket launcher and 2 rockets in it. Trade. Okay, I received, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't have any rockets anymore, so it works. If you got 2 rockets, right?
Yeah, 2.
Nice. Okay. This is easy. Come on. So this is working.
Yeah.
Let's try another scenario. When, for example, I offer you Shadow Stalker MK2 with 20 bullets, but then I shoot few while you're inspecting the trade, so you see 20 bullets there, but I already shot 3. So it should cancel the trade because I don't have the Shadow Stalker with 20 bullets anymore. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me just send you the trade. So I put only my Shadow Stacker. Now you inspect the trade. It should say 20, right?
Yeah, it says 20 bullets in it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So try to offer something.
Oh, right. For example, let's say this one.
Okay, I'll see the trade. Alright, Maple Strike with attachments, that's nice. Okay, and let me just confirm the trade now.
Trade was cancelled.
Yeah, because I no longer have Shadowstalker MK2 I offered because it's changed. It doesn't have 20 bullets anymore.
Mm-hmm. So, for example, if I offer you a Maple Strike and then unload it, for example, it will
yeah, or
also
if you remove attachments, for example, it will also give the same error.
Ah, okay, that's good. That's cool.
Alright, so this one works.
But what if we do the opposite? For example, I offer you this Maple Strike and attach, for example, Chevron Scope, maybe?
Yeah, it still won't work. It has to be exactly the same state as you offered.
Okay.
It can't be any different. So they won't be able to scam players, for example, giving them Dragonfang with 150 bullets, and then stripping the magazine and just they would be getting the empty Dragonfang, right?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be cool. So I added this check. So now let's test the distance. So let's make another trade really quick. I'll just send you a trade right now. Then we just go far away from each other. I'm sending you.
You said 50 meters around, so.
So I'm gonna go somewhere on the map. For example, Almond Island. And
okay, I received the trade, so.
Yeah, can you respond to the trade?
I can inspect it, it's first thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you should be able to. You should also be able to actually send your offer for this trade.
Trade accept, for example, let's say I'll give you the same Maple Strike because I don't have anything else.
Mm-hmm. So now if I try to confirm, it should say that we were not close enough to complete this trade. Yeah, it says Fenyaxz is too far to finalize the trade. Max distance is 50 meters. So,
okay, I see.
Yeah, so if we move closer, if I teleport to you, it should just work.
So it shows the message only to you because I don't receive anything.
Yeah, because I just used trade confirm, so I can tell you now that we have to move closer.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so I just say trade accept now. No, it's the trade confirm. Yeah, we got
and
it.
I received my Shadow Stalker that automatically equipped in my first slot and changed from Maple Strike.
Yeah, I think this is cool.
Yeah, that's also a cool feature.
So I think that's about it. Just one more thing I wanted to try. So if I send you a trade, for example, I have 3 bandages, or just 2. I shouldn't be able to put the same bandage twice. So if I put 1 bandage, if I try to put it again, no, it doesn't let me. So this is good. So we can only put the item once. But also if you open the storage, like inside that trade box, you can if you try to drop this item to the ground using control click, for example, it's gonna remove that item from the offer. I mean, I just dropped it accidentally. Didn't mean that. But if I put it in the storage and if I try to remove it from storage, it just disappears because it's still in my inventory, so it should just disappear. It shouldn't drop on the ground. So this is important. And it looks to be working pretty well. So basically the plugin is finished. Well, do you think it's missing anything?
Well, I have one question. Does the players have to put anything in return, or they can accept like...
Yeah, it has to be always at least 1 item.
I got it. So they can't make a blank offer, for example?
No. This is like extra layer of security because nobody would trade for nothing. You can just go to give it to someone, right?
Yeah, right.
This is only for trading like especially for safe zone. Like if there are people in safe zone, they can trade between each other without having to worry that the other person is gonna steal their items.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Well, it's not very useful for PvP, obviously, because PvP server it's just easy to gain loot usually, and you just don't have time for trading. Who does that? But maybe I think for the roleplay servers and some custom type of servers, like for example, for our semi-RP, it would have been useful.
Yeah, okay, that would have been a good plugin actually.
Yeah, and it's gonna sell for 10, 15, or 20 bucks. What do you think?
Well,
it doesn't have any UIs.
You recorded at 6 hours of this, maybe you should get a higher price actually.
Yeah, well, but if I put a higher price, nobody's gonna buy it. So it has to be something, something.
Okay, let's take something in the middle, for example, 15.
Yeah, so 15 might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is like 6 hours of work, this whole plugin. Since the video will be 6 hours long, so this plugin is actually worth 6 working hours. So I'd say I gotta make at least 4 sales to make it back. Then I have $10 per hour. Well, all right, let's just finish this video. So
you have to edit this whole thing.
Yeah, you're gonna have to edit this whole thing.
Жуть какая. И долго это будет? 4 часа. Мать твою.
Good luck. Well, I don't know. Just good luck, man. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Hopefully it doesn't take you as long as it took me to record it, but I don't know. Somebody has to watch it to find out which parts of the video to remove, or it would be nice to like increase the speed and of some. Oh wait, but I'm still recording, so let me just finish the video. You might just want to cut this part or not. So if anyone stayed until now watching this video and following up, congratulations, you get a free plugin because you just remade what I made and you don't have to pay 15 bucks. So good work. But otherwise, I just recommend buying it from me on my website. Yeah, so that's it for this video. Thanks a lot. Thanks Fenyaxz for help in testing, and thanks in advance for editing this video. Yeah. So that's it. See ya.